Hello, everyone. Welcome to the RIPE92 session of the Database Working Group. If you are interested in IPv6, that is next door. Otherwise, we're here to enjoy our lovely database. Want to welcome you, and I want to give a few bits of information. Today, we'll be scribed by Hans Bakker from the NCC. We, of course, have our lovely stenographer. Our co-chair, David, has been selected for another term. So congratulations, David. The minutes for the RIPE91 meeting were published last week, and they are on the mailing list. We ask that the working group review them and send a comment and respond by May 31st. So that's approximately 2 weeks from now, or sorry, a little over a week. So you have the rest of the meeting and then next week to handle that. And we will send a reminder email later today to the mailing list. Piotr and Niall actually found some of the missing minutes from RIPE 70 and RIPE 72, and they've been uploaded and put on the website in the archives. And it appears the only missing minutes are from RIPE 73. So great work for that. The agenda today is after this, Dave will be talking about the NWI update, and then Ed will give the world's famous NCC operational update on the database and the database team. And then Sasha will be talking about reliable IRR mirroring with NTRM v4. And of course, we will be doing our closing. And with that, I would like to invite David up to talk about the NWIs.
Hi, everybody. It was an interesting 6 months since the last NWI update. We've closed NWI 2, which is related to removing or adjusting arbitrary limitations Dennis has put in the database quite a long time ago, relating the retrieval of historical data, and NWI 17, which was created to implement the recommendations from the database task force, but due to legal concerns and overall just dying interest about the specific topic, we decided to close both of them. NWI 12 has been in the database for about a year now. Even though the RFC and the IETF process isn't finished, we can effectively say that the NCC's part of the implementation is already finished. I would suggest that we consider closing this NWI, and maybe after Sasha's presentation, we can discuss this in further detail in the AOB. NWI 20, Leo has put in a lot of work to overhaul the contact methods. It's a larger NWI overhauling how contacts can be used in the RIPE database. This has been shipped already. Thank you a lot, because this allows users to, for example, specify URIs for Signal contacts or WhatsApp contacts, and just make finding the people or contacting the people you want to find much easier. With NWI 21, there are some internal tasks that need to be continued in within the NCC, but the implementation is ongoing, and over 32,000 organization objects already have the new registration number attribute, making finding or identifying organizations much easier. That has been the last 6 months, so if you have any questions or anything, please come to the microphones. That is what I expected. So I welcome Ed on the stage with this operational update.
Hello, good morning, and thank you, David. So my name is Edward Shryane. I am a product owner at the RIPE NCC, working in the database team. Here are my colleagues who contributed to all of the work that we did in the last 6 months. Progress since the last RIPE meeting. We released 6 WHOIS releases. Highlights since the last RIPE meeting are that we implemented NWI 21, the registration number. We added support for UTF-8 in free text attributes, and we also implemented NWI 20, which is contact requirements and adding new methods, as Peter as David just mentioned. First up, sync updates requests vulnerable to X cross-site scripting attack, and this is something that Sasha has already presented on Monday. And firstly, my thanks are to Sasha for bringing this up and being very persistent in chasing us to get this fixed. It was raised as a responsible disclosure in February last year. The disclosure text pointed to a cross-site scripting issue in RipeStat's old UI, since fixed, specifically the DNS check that could be escalated potentially to a RIPE database cross-site issue. And Sasha included a no-cores fetch example. Unfortunately, we took the disclosure to mean we need to improve our cores implementation. So we did some work in improving that. We added an allow list of permitted sites, and we thought this was job done. Thankfully, Sasha came back to us in March this year, pointed out that in fact the example that supplied is still broken. We made two releases on the 16th and 18th of March first to add an origin header, but as the example shows, in some cases browsers can send cross-origin requests with no origin header, so there was no way for us to tell where it was coming from, and these requests are sent with a secure cookie, which could potentially cause a problem. So what really helped this time was to talk directly with Sasha, and the back and forth was really helpful to get to the bottom of the issue. We fixed it on the 18th of March. So the consequence is that now sync updates GET requests are no longer supported. This is a historical feature that was added a very long time ago, back in the days when it was difficult to script HTTP requests. The mechanism was to URL encode the update and send it in a simple GET request. But it's difficult to secure that. So it was, and looking at the usage traffic, there was only one maintainer who was actually using this, and they stopped doing it in January with the password. When we removed passwords, the script stopped, and that was the end of that. So it was very easy to retire that mechanism. So lessons learned and upcoming work from that. We're shortly going to switch from the ripe.net cookie that allows this cross-site authentication of logged in users. We'll be starting to use OpenID Connect, which will just authenticate you for the RIPE database and no other sites. This has already been done. This work has already been done in RipeStat and RIPE Atlas, and shortly it'll be done in the RIPE database as well. And that will close that loophole of cross-site security cookies. And secondly, adding a content security policy to restrict injection and JavaScript execution, as pointed out in Sasha's presentation. It's a straightforward way to protect our site. And finally, use of HSTS to tell the client they should be connecting securely. Because right now we allow insecure connects. We redirect to HTTPS, but this is a way to tell the client use HTTPS only from now on. Unfortunately, there were some RIPE database outages since the last RIPE meeting. I'll give you some more details. You may have seen an unexpected error occurred at certain times of the day in February and March. It was really hard to find the source of this, as everything was mostly fine in our monitoring and in our statistics. We saw a handful of reset packets around the time of the issue, but thankfully our ops team was able to get to the bottom of it. The issue was caused by traffic spikes for the load balancer exceeding a single leg of the link aggregation setup that we have, and the solution was to switch to larger link aggregation bundles, which will handle any expected traffic that we'll have, which solved the problem. Secondly, we did see some intermittent connection errors. You may have seen some intermittent connection errors last week, caused by the handling of many ORDAP queries at the same time. Specifically, the RIR search feature can return a lot of data and be very time consuming. So for now, we've limited the response size to deal with that. We're going to go back to it and look at it in a little bit more detail, so we can serve these requests to our clients, but reduce the impact that they're having on the service as a whole. And finally, occasionally you may see authentication failed, even though your API key is still valid. We were looking into that. It happened a little bit more at the beginning of the month, but we have now looked into it, and we're investigating the root cause. We're looking to improve that. So you shouldn't be seeing authentication failed in that case. And apologies if you're affected by any of those issues. A few statistics and some changes since RIPE 91. Firstly, we've seen a lot more, a dramatic increase in the number of the use of allocated assigned PA in INOM, plus 42% since RIPE 91. Clearly, this is useful. Our community finds this useful, and it's a useful feature to combine an assignment and an allocation together into a single object. We have slightly more UC addresses. 83% remain to be validated this year. But as usual, our registry team are very busy at the beginning of the year with billing. So as the year goes on, we spend more time to address this, to validate, so to make sure we do validate all UC addresses yearly. Thirdly, we see that there is a slightly more uptake in synchronizing the LIR portal users to the default maintainer. This is a very useful feature if you're maintaining both the RIPE database and the portal. It's a checkbox you can check in the portal to synchronize your admin users and regular users from the portal to the RIPE database. So you don't need to keep a list of users in two places. But I'd encourage you to have a look at it. Only about 10% of our LIRs are using it right now, but it could be a time saver for you. There's been an increase in aggregated by LIR. That's RIPE 822. That change happened a few years ago. There now is a little bit more uptake. The idea was to reduce LIR efforts in registration and maintenance by combining assignments together. It's already used a lot on the INET 6 num site. There's only over 70,000 of them, but it looks like there's a little bit more uptake on it for IPv4. But I think given the number of assignments that are in the RIPE database, there's about 4 million of them. I think this could be a useful feature to combine your similar assignments together, so you don't have so much data in the RIPE database to maintain. And a question for the community: should we encourage maintainers to aggregate IPv4 assignments like is already done in IPv6? Next was the MNT ref feature. We added that recently to protect references to maintainer person and role objects. There's been some uptake in that. It's already done across the board on organization objects, but it's possible for you to use this for maintainer person and role also. Sasha is going to present on this later, but it was interesting to see that the uptake in NRTM version 4 is already very good. It's I see something like 3 times the number of NRTM version 4 clients. Maybe Sasha can explain why I'm seeing all this traffic, but it's great to see this feature is getting a lot of use. Finally, historically in the past, the uptake of ORDAP has been pretty low, between about 5 and 10%. But I had another look this year, and in the last year, it's dramatically increased. Now about 22% of all of our database queries are served through ORDAP. Next up is hash passwords. After a long period of phasing out hash passwords, we finally can say that they're no longer supported. They no longer exist in the RIPE database. MD5 was a security risk, and we had to remove it. Many thanks to the community for their help in the smooth transition in the end. Most maintainers had already switched to an alternative by the time it came to turn it off. And we checked, there was no significant drop in successful update volume, thankfully. And most effective maintainers, less than 100 of them, they switched to an alternative within a week. So it was nice to see that there wasn't a huge disruption to operations by doing this. We also removed MD5 hash passwords from all IRT objects on the 4th of March. This affected a couple of hundred IRT objects. And related to removing passwords, we also added API key expiry warning to the update responses. So every update that you make with Whois, if there's less than 2 weeks remaining on your key, we will notify you in the response. It's time to take action and generate a new key and replace the existing key in your script. In addition to the email warning that you get from RapidCC access. Secondly, something we promised during the discussion phase of the proposal was to add a flag to the users page in the portal, so you know which users have created an API key, and maybe scripting changes on your behalf. And then finally, we updated the documentation to reflect all the changes that we made. What are the alternatives to password authentication? So mostly we've seen that API key authentication has replaced the use of passwords, although the use of PGP seems to be slightly up as well. And there's an opportunity to use X509 now. It's not just for SMIME anymore. For email updates, you can also use it for client certificate authentication for HTTPS, so that you can use it on REST API updates too. And the remainder of the SSO would be for interactive updates through the website with a logged in RapidCC access account. As I said, we now support UTF-8 in the RIPE database. We know from previous meetings, previous discussion, Latin 1 encoding is very limited. It only supports Western European characters. Users, we have a huge service region. Users should be able to use their own language, their own script in the RIPE database. And now we can say that UTF-8 is supported in description and remark attributes in the database. We follow ICANN guidelines for implementing internationalized domain names. So any code point that's allowed in an internationalized domain name will also allow in these attributes. The standard allows domain names to use characters outside the basic Latin alphabet. We've implemented this using the Unicode ICU library, which uses the UTS-46 mechanism. So it's not pure IDNA 2008. It's a compatibility transition mechanism that not only supports IDNA 2008, but also IDNA 2003, the previous standard. Here's an example, my own database object. In addition to the first few remarks there at the top, which are all valid Latin 1 characters, there's a couple of additional rows now. We tested with Cyrillic, Arabic, and Greek, for example. This is what you'll see on the modern interfaces that we support, the web application, the REST API, NRTM version 4, you will see these characters. What you see on the legacy interfaces, you will see substitution question mark for remarks if the character cannot be represented in the Latin 1 character set. So we didn't make any encoding changes to any of the interfaces. So port 43 remains a Latin 1, NRTM version 3, the existing dump files remain Latin 1, and you will see substitutions made for UTF-8. A couple more details. Our colleague Ondřej found an issue with decomposed Unicode code points. They are not currently normalized. For example, an RCAR-ON can be supported, can be represented as two separate Unicode code points. They should be normalized to a single code point, but they're not. So that represents that you can end up seeing some denormalized form in the response, and this is why. We've already fixed it. We chose NFC normalization as part of the IDNA transformation, and that will be fixed in the next Whois release. Secondly, the version flags are returning inconsistent encoding. The show version flag is returning UTF-8. It should not be. It should be returning Latin 1, of course, along with the other flags. We will fix that in an upcoming release as well. And I think we should also allow the -Z flag to be used with those versions flags. So you will then have the choice. You can choose the encoding yourself. Unfortunately, emojis are not supported. It's not part of the IDNA standard. It's for discussion. We could if there's a strong feeling that we need to support this in the RIPE database, we can make an exception. And to say again that description and remarks. These free text attributes are not intended for storing personal data because we're not filtering them by default, and we're not. They don't count towards the daily limit for accounting. So yeah, please use it for operational information and keep personal data in address person as usual. Next steps. I think this is only the beginning. We've shown we can successfully support UTF-8 in the database. Should we support UTF-8 in other attributes? I'd be happy to hear your feedback. And just to point out, lastly, we did already conduct an impact analysis on the use of UTF-8 and the impact on operations in the NCC and interoperability with the community. Also important things to keep in mind as we start using UTF-8. ISO 27001, the NCC committed for this year in the activity plan to work on achieving ISO 27001 compliance, including software engineering and the database team. So far, we've been working on improving our development and release processes, vulnerability scanning, automating dependency updates. This is all being standardized across the different software engineering teams. We've written a business continuity plan, including disaster recovery scenarios. We do have an existing risk management plan, including potential risks to the RIPE database that we're keeping updated. And as part of this process, we are reviewing that. The good news is we've already done an internal audit. We haven't found any issues, and there will be an upcoming external audit later this year. Going back to contact types, NWI20 we have now implemented. What changed due to numbered work item 20? The two major changes were to synchronize, to harmonize the person and role objects and to add a new contact. So the four things: the email attribute becomes mandatory on person. The address attribute becomes optional on person and role. The phone attribute becomes optional on person, and a new contact is now an optional attribute on person, role, organization, and IRT types. So it's giving maintainers more flexibility in how they prefer to be contacted. And since go live at the end of April, now our maintainers have it now allows you to, because address is optional, it's now being removed, not there on 80 roles, so it's already had an effect. A question we were wondering, was there an increase in creator update errors in failures for persons due to the missing email? And thankfully not. You may have seen a mandatory email attribute missing. That will be now reported on person objects, since the email is mandatory, but it only affects 20 or 30 failures out of 5,000 to 10,000 failures for persons daily. So it's a really small change. NWI21 registration number. It's so we're now publishing the organization company registration number in the RIPE database, in addition to the organization company name and country, because if you only rely on the name and the country, it can be ambiguous, and it can be hard to identify the resource holder. My colleague Marco Schmidt made a presentation at the last RIPE meeting with all of the details. We're now publishing the registration numbers. If we exclude natural person or government entities, we will publish not applicable for those types of organizations. In the implementation, it's been going on this year. The registry team validated and normalized the data, so you should see consistent data per country, per registry, per region in the database. Our colleagues in the software engineering department implemented data entry and synchronization. Like already happens for organization name changes, the registration number is also synchronized from the internal registry. And we added the registration number as a managed attribute, and that's visible in the web application. And on the deployment, yeah, we synchronized that data, as I said, on at the end of last month. Future work. So this is the initial implementation. The data is now in the database. but for now the registration number attribute is not included in the daily dump and split files. There's some documentation we need to update before we can do that. Secondly, on investigation, there is currently no link from registration number attribute to a registry website. That turned into a bigger problem, a lot more work than we expected, and it's not a part of the initial implementation, but it's something we would like to do to make it easier for users to interact and use this information. And finally, this information should be added to ORDAP responses, but it will need an extension to ORDAP 2 in order to do that. So we'd love to hear back from you. Please report any issue that you find with data quality, your own registration number, for example, or others. Yes, one final thing that came up on the list, Dennis pointed it out. I'd like to hear if there's any confusion around the name of the attribute name. And I promised an update at the right meeting, and I talked to my registry colleagues, and I found that so far there hasn't been any reports from our users of any confusion with the registration number, the naming. And it's something that we do use ourselves internally, along with the registration ID. But I'd like to hear from you if your comments on that. My resources and IP analyzer. This is an existing feature in the portal, but it hasn't been. It's been there for many years. We decided to move it over to the resources part of the website. The data is already in the RIPE database. So it made sense to move it to resources, so the database team could also maintain it from front to back. It means that those features are now integrated into the resources page. If you, in particular, if you want to automate this information, if you want to retrieve this information from a script, either resource information or IP analyzer reports, you can now do that using new types of API keys that we've created. The IP analyzer page is also available under resources. There's no need to create an API key to see that. You will get that report by default when you go to the page. And yeah, as I said, the authentication is now using this new API key method that is tied to your RIPE NCC Access account, but also to your organization. Something that was not the case in the old implementation. So now, if the user leaves the organization, their key will stop working once they're no longer associated with the organization. ORDAP, we made some improvements in the ORDAP implementation in cooperation with the other RIRs, where we were already redirecting IANA administrative blocks, and we are now redirecting those to the authoritative RIRs for those blocks. And secondly, we're now returning the allocation for domain queries. We already do that for resources, for IPv4, IPv6. We're now also doing it for the domain type. Either if we are authoritative, we will return the information from the RIPE database, or we will redirect domain queries to the authoritative RIR. Undeliverable and unsubscribed email addresses. This is an ongoing topic, considering how important it is that that our maintainers are contactable, that we can send notifications not only for whois updates, but also for cleanups and changes to their data. And as of the middle of May, there are just over 8,000 undeliverable and 69 unsubscribed email addresses. The unsubscribed users are the ones who have themselves opted out of getting these notification emails. It affects a small number, about 1% of the total notifications daily. But having our maintainers contactable is very important. So we do strive to reduce the size of that undeliverable, those undeliverable addresses as much as we can. We periodically revalidate those email addresses using a third-party service, the same as we do for abusee addresses. But But typically, when we do this manually, we run it across all of the 8,000 undeliverable addresses. Typically, it only changes about 10% of them. So typically, we find if they become undeliverable, they generally stay undeliverable. We also have a scheduled job to check in cases where there's an SMTP, if it's not a permanent failure, we will retry, we'll make it deliverable again, and we'll see if it continues to fail. We have a scheduled job to take care of that. So hopefully recovery is automated, so if there's a temporary issue. But unfortunately, a lot of these errors are permanent, so we don't mark them as deliverable again. We send warnings to the other recipients and notifications if any of the addresses are undeliverable, but clearly that doesn't help if all of the recipients are undeliverable, only if some of them are. So a question to the community would be, it would be great to hear if there's any, is there some other way we can reduce the amount of undeliverable addresses? And should we investigate a better way of notifying users of events that doesn't rely on an email? Upcoming work. Just to let you know, in the APNIC region, this proposal 162 on who is privacy has been approved. It was approved last year. There is some impact on the RIPE-NCC since we download the APNIC database dump daily to mirror in the APNIC TRS source. Now we already filter out personal data in the APNIC dump, so person objects, for example, are not visible in our mirror. There may be changes to other attributes that we're not aware of yet. So this is moving forward in the APNIC region. We're paying attention to it, and once it's available, we will be signing a new data sharing agreement with APNIC, so we continue to have access to this data, and we can continue to have the mirror available. My resources, we are making some improvements to the resources page. You can already find your resources there, but there's some improvements we can make. There's two areas we'd like to make improvements. There's ongoing user research. We're getting feedback from users on how they're using the resources page. We'd like to implement some of those, some improvements to help with that. Secondly, we'd like to facilitate a self-service ARC project. This is already been done in other areas, for example, for contexts, but we will be starting to look at resources as well. So we want to make it easier for you to review and correct your resource information in the RIPE database. We'd like to hear from you. Please give your feedback during this RIPE meeting to the user testing team, or please sign up to participate in user research. Object history. This is something that that we already make available on the command line. It's also available in RIPEStat, but we'd like to integrate it into the database query page. The history of objects, to see what has changed. It's important for our users to be able to see that. We'd also like to simplify access to this for our internal users. We currently have separate internal tools for allowing our users to query history of objects, but we'd like to integrate this into the query page as well for our internal users, so we don't have to write and maintain this feature twice. It's currently only available at port 43, their versions API, so we'd like to make it a bit more visible. And the various things in ORDAP, we continue to improve our ORDAP implementation. We participate in the standard setting and work with the other RIRs on making improvements to ORDAP. One thing that came out of the transparency report from I think 2 years ago on the list, we looked at differences between who is an ORDAP and what was holding back ORDAP adoption in our region. The main thing that's missing from the spec right now are IRR object types, and we'd like to fix that. We're working on a draft RFC, and we'd appreciate your comments on that. And there's various upcoming work. We are implementing RIR search. This allows you to use flags that are available in WHOIS and are already available across RIRs, but to apply them to ORDAP. And there's one section of this spec that we have to finish, which is called relation search. So we plan to work on that in the next 6 months. Secondly, as I said, we need an extension for the company registration number. We had this issue last week with limiting large ORDAP responses. We need to think about how we can better handle that. And finally, there's been a lot of discussion this week already on the future of the E164 ARPA zone. For now, it's not supported in ORDAP, but that's future work that we can do to close that gap. And some quick proposals just to point out in implementing NWI 20, the contact numbered work item. We found that we need to support the fragment separator in URIs. It's part of the spec, but unfortunately it clashes with the RPSL spec. It's a comment reserved character in RPSL, and for now we've made a workaround. We made an exception for contact attributes. Only in contact attributes we'll treat the hash character as a fragment separator in a URI, not as a comment. But we would like to do this in a more generic way to be able to properly support URIs in contact and in other attributes that they could appear. And yeah, we're open to suggestions on how to handle this. The two ideas we have is to firstly require a space or a tab before a comment, so combine the two. If you have a space or a tab, it means it won't be part of a URI. It must be a comment. Separately, we could also look for an entire URI around the fragment identifier and tell, okay, this hash character belongs to a URI. It should not be marked as a comment. There's a couple of ways we could deal with it, but I'd appreciate your feedback on this. I previously proposed some cleanups to the derived non-auth database. The objects in the derived non-auth database are not authoritative. They were created over many years anonymously with a well-known password. In 2018, we closed the database. We prevented new objects from being created, but existing objects that are already in the database can continue to be maintained. And unfortunately, we don't know for what purpose these objects are being used. And the existing cleanup mechanisms are only very slowly reducing the size of this database. We're down now to about 44,000 objects. The automated cleanups are to clean up objects using unregistered space and delete objects conflicting with an RPKI ROA with notifications. So last year I made some proposals to delete non-auth objects with a matching valid ROA, to delete non-auth objects with a matching object in another RIR database. This would significantly reduce the size of the database, but on the other hand, it's uncertain what the operational impact is. We did reach out to the maintainers to these objects last year, but very few of them responded. So I welcome your feedback on this and whether there's merit and value in continuing with the proposed changes to help reduce the size of the non-auth database. And that is it. My presentation is done. I welcome your questions and comments. Thank you.
So we welcome your questions and comments. Of course, please state your name and affiliation at the microphone and try to be short and concise so we don't take up the entire time before Sasha is able to give her presentation. Please go ahead.
My stated affiliation is Job Snijders on behalf of Job Snijders. I'll try to be short. Can you go back one slide, please? Sure. It is my professional opinion that we should definitely proceed with deleting matching valid ROAs and deleting matching objects in other RIR databases. Both those approaches adhere to the principle of there is a higher source of truth, one that is either confirmed in veracity through cryptographic signatures or is confirmed in authenticity by placement in a other more authoritative database. If we contrast this with a few years ago, like 5-6 years ago, not all RIRs had a strict authorization model as to who could create what route objects in what database. But nowadays, all RERs do perform strict authorization checks on the creation of new route objects. So by definition, the route objects in the other RER databases have gone through more checks and balances than the ones in the RIPE non-auth database. My personal preference, but this is not a hill I'm going to die on, I would wait with not returning the objects by default until some time has passed after we did the first 2 steps of deleting segments of the non-authoritative database. So I think deleting matching valid ROAS and matching in other RER databases is low-hanging fruit, and I would encourage the community to proceed in that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your feedback.
Piotr Strzyżewski speaking for myself. 2 different topics. I will start with the MD5 first. I missed one important thing. We used to use the well-known passwords for the poem objects, and this has been also replaced with the well-known private key, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct.
This has not been mentioned.
Yeah,
or I was sleeping.
You're correct. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. So we have replaced the well-known passwords, let's say, for limericks to use both. There's an option to use X509 or PGP key. So we have now well-known key cert objects in the database. I'll send an update to the mailing list just to point out what they are and explain. I think we have it in the documentation as well.
Yeah, I think so. The other thing is NWI 21. 2 things were mentioned on the slides, and I already exchanged a couple of emails with Mark, and you've been in the copy, so it's more for the others. The first one is the government organizations. There was a statement that for these, the NA will be used as the registration number. I've done my homework, and I went back to the discussion from last year, and I was unable to find any reason for this, except that it was mentioned, I think, by Cynthia, that some of the government organizations in certain countries do not have such registration numbers. So, except for that cases or these cases, I see no reason to make government organization any special. If they have registration number, please publish it, because it doesn't make any sense for not publishing it. In my, let me quote Job Snyder's professional opinion. The other thing is the confusion that was on the second slide. Dennis mentioned confusion with one thing, and I actually was confused by the other thing. As I said, I already had a discussion about this with Marco. Number of places starting from the solution definition, the word co-maintained is used, and I was under the impression that co-maintained means that the RIPE-NCC's maintainer is put next to mine. I was wrong, apparently. It means that you also do that for the objects which you have data for, and you take care of this data. So RIPE-NCC's maintainer doesn't need to be there. Hence the confusion. My understanding was co-maintained means maintainer. Your definition was co-maintained means you take care of the data. And that was not clear, first of all, from the solution definition, then from the email, then not even from the article on the RIPE Labs. So I would encourage someone from the RIPE-NCC to make it more clear what co-maintained in that context means. Because, yeah, I think it's confusing. Yeah, and that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ed. Stavros from AMP6. Regarding the previous topic for the RIPE non-auth, I want to fully express my support on that. Yeah, exactly. I want to express my support on these actions. They make total sense to me. And regarding your concern about the operational impact, I would be happy to give you the example of the AMP6 route servers that they do not use RIPE non-auth database for filter creation. It's been many years now that we don't mirror RIPE non-auth. We don't use it at all, and nobody complained. Nobody is is expressing any concern or feels like we need to do it. We don't do it, everything is happy, everybody's happy. So actually I would support the idea if you would like to shut it down. If you're going to shut it down, I'm going to be the first one that is going to vote green on that. So that's for my preference.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting.
Yeah, I know.
Shut down completely.
Unfortunately. I hope you do next time.
Excuse me.
Hi, Leo Vigoda speaking for myself. I'm very happy with all the progress you're making on internationalization, and I hope you can continue to move forward on that in the future. Commenting on your question from Dennis about the reg number name, I don't actually think that's the core problem with this. I think the fundamental problem is that if you're not someone who attends this working group, you probably don't really understand what is what in any of this. And so what would be really helpful for naive users who could be law enforcement, they could be working in intellectual property rights, or they could be, you know, just someone at home who's looking stuff up, is to annotate what is presented to the user and say things like, this is data that the RIPE NCC maintains, and we have a contract and we check it on this period and so on. This is data that is maintained by this user, and this is when it was last updated. And they can go and click on an attribute in an object, and they can go and see, this is what it means, this is when it was updated, this is who updated it, and they don't need to guess. And I think that would be super helpful. I know that's probably a huge amount of work, but it would be a lovely improvement to the user experience.
Yeah, thank you, Leo. In fact, we do already support the help text on attributes in the query response, but it's short text and we can improve it further, I think. We rely on the verbose text from the who is.
It would be great if you could make that much more visible, because at the moment it's not as brilliant for a new user.
Thank you. It's absolutely, maybe it's not hard to see. It's hard to see it at the beginning. You have to hover over the attribute name to be able to tell. It will pop up some text to show you what that attribute is.
But dynamically go and say, this is when it was changed. This is when we did this contract verification, that kind of thing. You've got a whole registry of data. And if you could go and bring some of that richer data elements into the user experience, then you would be making it so much easier for a lot of people doing whois queries.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, thank you. Kenny Huang, Chair of APN Executive Council, speaking in my personal capacity. First of all, thank you for sharing the update. And I have two questions. The first question is regarding to abuse contact. And in the APN region, we also have something similar policy. We do have abusive contact, and we're running the validation every 6 months. So to make sure everything will be valid in every 6 months. But the general feedback from the community is this policy seems not very effective to comply with the original proposed what you intend to do. So I'd like to get some feedback from RIPE, also your experience regarding to the abuse contact. Second question is regarding to geofit information in the whois or RDEP data field, because several of our members request in supporting for geofit information. And so we try to evaluate, because right now geofit already include in the whois and RDEP, but we don't have any particular support to encourage members to fill the geofit information. So also I'd like to get your opinion regarding to these issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think from the NCC side, the abuse validation process has been very successful. We see year on year, the number of tickets open is reducing, the number of issues we see, and the data quality seems to be going up, which is very positive. And secondly, for geofeed, I see in the database, there's at least 50,000 INITLM objects now with geofeed in there. So it seems to be very popular also and very widely adopted. So yeah, I think it's working very well at least for our region. Thank you.
Sasha Romijn, IRRD maintainer. On your one slide back, the hash marks comments, URI fragments. It may be my bias as a Python programmer, but I feel people already add white space around hash marks, and maybe that is it's indeed not what 262 says. I think we could collect some data on where do people use hash marks, where did they probably mean to use comments, where not, and see what the actual practice is and whether we should change this.
Yeah, thank you, Sasha. It's really difficult to find. There's no right answer because there's no way of escaping the hash character either in RPSL or in the URI. But I looked in the database. Generally comments are preceded with a space or a tab already. So that's in the vast majority of cases. So I think it's a very safe thing to suggest to do.
Yeah, I think we could also look at some of the other IRRs, at least the data that isn't filtered out for privacy, and see whether that applies over the entire IRR system. But I expect it does. Every time I've seen this as an intentional comment, there has been white space. So we can look at some more data and then find a way.
Absolutely. This is not a new issue. It's already been an issue in the free text attributes. It's just now it's come up. It's more of an issue of context. Thank you.
Peter Hessler, not speaking as working group chair on my own personal capacity. 3 comments. One, there are other languages that allow the hash mark as a comment, and generally the behavior you'll see there is the hash mark, if it's part of a word, it's considered part of that word, and if there's white space before it, then it's considered a comment. That's reasonably popular. Secondly, on your question about the historical data, some of my colleagues at work have found it difficult to use the existing mechanisms to look at historical data in the database, so it would be lovely to see an easy access to this on the web. And then thirdly, actually to answer the question about geofeeds, as a network operator, we find this incredibly useful and incredibly helpful to publish this within the RIPE database. The geofeed question has always been quite difficult to deal with, and a lot of the geofeed vendors, for lack of a better word, have been difficult to impossible to get hold of to correct your data. And utilizing the geofeed attribute is one of the only mechanisms we have found that actually works. So I strongly encourage you to import it, to use it in your region, and for everyone else, it solves a lot of the problems that you have been experiencing.
Thank you. Okay, I'll see myself out then.
Now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, were there any further questions online?
No questions online. Thank you a lot, Ed. You and your team are making the world turn. Next up is Sasha with reliable IRR monitoring using NRTM v4. Thank you, Peter. I was about to set up everything.
Moment of confusion here. So many screens around me. Wow. They said, oh, you can just present on your own laptop, it's easy. Except they forgot the part where I have to deal with my own laptop. There we go. So, my name is Sasha. This is I've been waiting a while to do this talk because open source and database kept being scheduled at the same time. So it was never possible. Who here runs IRRD? Anyone who is part of that 900? Wow, that's quite a few people. That's nice. You are part of the 900 people, maybe, that query NRTM version 4. I only run like 5 instances myself, so it was not me. So my name is Sasha Romijn, independent developer in routing standards infrastructure, and also I've been the original developer and maintainer of IRRD version 4. And I'm also one of the authors of NRTM version 4, which is the new IR mirroring protocol. So first, what is the purpose here of IR mirroring? People do this to aggregate multiple IRRs into a single source, so you can query all of them at the same time through a single query. This happens a lot. Low latency copies of IR data, in case you do a lot of queries and otherwise they're far away. And also people do a lot of custom analysis and research projects. If you run IRRD4 and import all the data, you get a nice formatted Postgres database that has done all the parsing and indexing for you, and people use that for research as well. So NRTM version 3, how it works, you download a file classically from FTP, but nowadays we actually do HTTPS on many of those things, called current serial. It has a number. Just a plain text number, and then you download the dump file, which is usually gzipped. You ignore some of the entries that were weirdly formatted because they were deleted while the dump was made, something like that. Then you take the current serial file, and that's the serial of which you think you've just downloaded the dump. Then you connect over an entirely different method to port 43 or something, or a whois-like protocol with whois-like queries, and say, I want to hear from this serial to the most recent, and that's how you get the last changes. The dumps are made once a day, or sometimes a bit more often. And it's a plain text format that shows you all the changes. And that's what we've been using for IR mirroring for quite a long time. How do you know in IR mirroring if you are up to date? You do not. There are some hints you could use, but it is very difficult to actually determine if NRTM version 3 is working, especially when the database is a little more quiet. If you ask a RIPE-based server for serials that it doesn't have yet, so the typical thing you would do, you say, I'm up to serial 10, so I'm going to ask the server for serial 11 and whatever they have after. If you do that on the RIPE database, it'll say, oh, I don't have that. I have this range to this range. But if you do it on, say, Afrinic, it depends. If you ask for a serial that is too early in what it knows, it'll have a separate error, which current RIPE database does not. If you ask IRRD-based servers on version 4, we have a small variation where we say have a slightly different warning if you are asking one version to new. Hello? I think my microphone's cut out. I don't have the voice range for the entire room, but I can try. Oh, it's back. Thank you. So if you're asking one to new, then it gives you a warning, but if you are multiple to new, it still gives you an error, and there's a double hash mark. Hash marks are sort of comments in NRTM, but this isn't actually very well defined. I think the double hash are a typo from me. But if you ask RD version 3, then there's like slightly other variations. Anyways, you can figure out there's no real proper consistency here. You cannot use this to say, oh, everything is fine, we are up to date. So NRTM version 3 can cause really interesting synchronization issues because we don't have good signaling to say, what is the state, what is going on, are you good, are you up to date? A little bit better with IRRD version 4, but still not great. Also, serials aren't session scoped. What serial 12 means is contextual to a particular server implementation, server instance. And if you are on the wrong server instance, then serial 12 might suddenly be something different, but might also exist, and you end up with a completely random copy of the IRR. Although most objects don't change so often, so it'll mostly work. People have, for example, done that they made their dumps from one instance of IRRD and then served NRTM from an entirely different instance. And there is no way to correlate the two. Security in NRTM version 3 does not exist. We use HTTPS transport, so that's something. It's better than when we use FTP. The actual updates on NRTM version 3. If someone answers on a TCP socket, I guess that's authentic IR data, and we can mirror it and put it into our routers. There's no authentication, there's no integrity checking. It's just a plain TCP socket. So, NRTM version 4. This work started in 2022 with the first draft, and the goal with this was integrity and authenticity verification. Has this been published by the authentic IRR, and has the data arrived without being changed? Sync status, like you have to be able to know that you are up to date, everything is fine. The repository is still running. We will receive updates if there are any, and also as much as possible automatic recovery if some synchronization is lost. A proper specification. NRTM v3 is a page on RIPE-NC's website. I never found any standard. Also earlier versions, I couldn't actually find good standards. And also it had to be scalable. People have been sometimes restrictive with NRTM v3 access because you need to have a live server that keeps answering these dynamic queries. So NRTM version 4, if we took a lot of inspiration from IRRDP, and it's a repository of files on HTTPS. 3 types of files: an update notification file, sort of the index; snapshots, which are complete dumps, they're quite large; and then very small delta files generated up to every minute. So in our NRTM version 4, the mirror server that has the IR database, it will periodically produce snapshots. It will regularly produce delta files if there were any changes. And the update notification file is sort of the index, the manifest that tells you which delta files and which snapshot files are available. And also if there's any new data. So you only need to fetch the update notification file to figure out if there's anything for you to do. As a client, you start with a snapshot that has all the data, you read it in, and from there you can follow delta files to keep up with changes. So update notification file, a lot of it is JSON based. It lists a session ID, which is dimensionless, but if it changes, you need to assume all your local data is no longer up to date. It lists which deltas are available, which snapshots are available. Deltas are kept for 24 hours, so if you're more than 24 hours behind, you got to start from a snapshot. The snapshots essentially have a small header, and they list the objects. They list them in text. This is on purpose. We don't take apart the object attributes. This is almost JSON. It's JSON text sequences, so it's separate JSON documents separated so that you don't have to load the whole file at once. Delta files can do 2 things. They can add or modify things. We don't distinguish or delete things. Add, modify is the same essentially as in a snapshot. Deletions are identified by primary key, which we've defined. This is mostly defined already. We were already aligned, but we defined precisely how do you know the primary key. And so delta files can contain all of the changes for a 1-minute time frame. Sometimes a little longer. You're allowed to catch up with them. And every time someone makes a new delta, they make a new version. And every once in a while, they publish a new snapshot at that version. One of the ideas is that clients can recover. And they might do that by reinitializing from a snapshot because they know their local flow of changes has been interrupted and they're no longer sure if they're up to date. Maybe they've been offline for 24 hours. Maybe the server changed the session ID, which is a way of saying we no longer have a consistent change log. Of course, it can also, we can use to retries for transient failures. And there's a signature check as well. I actually saw this working yesterday by accident when it turns out I deleted some files from one of my NRTM4 testing publication points, which the server picked up, then realized like, oh, this not supposed to happen. We lost delta files, reinitialized the entire thing from snapshot, and then all the clients picked it up as well. So there's a lot of scenarios in which NRTM v4 clients will recover. And if they can't, at least they know what happened. They can tell you this update notification file isn't valid. This doesn't have a valid signature. And that'll allow you to debug, because with NRTM version 3, I get a lot of emails from people who are like, yeah, it doesn't work somehow, but we don't really know what happened. That's because IRRD also doesn't know what's going on. This will help a lot with that. For security, there's a bunch of layers. The update notification file is a JSON web signature compact serialization document. That's a lot of words. This basically means the contents are signed by a public with a private key. You get the public key and you can verify, and this is all shipped as one package. Initially, we had a signature file and an update notification file, but that requires making sure they are updated at precisely the same time and they are fetched at the same time. You got weird synchronization issues if I pulled precisely at 0 seconds of the minute and RIPE-NCC published precisely at that point also. And we wanted something that was a standard with standard implementations, libraries already available in a ton of languages. So basically, you get a public key, and with that, you can verify that the update notification file is authentic. From there, the update notification file is hashes for all the remaining files. So if you trust the update notification file, you can check that the snapshots you downloaded is authentic as well. There's a key rotation process in here that's in band as well. Our PSL is sort of a patchwork over time of RFCs and NWIs. We've seen a few come up just now in Ed's presentation, a new contact field, things like that. So we were not planning to entirely define our PSL, which is why we use text blobs. But we did define a few things to at least have some common framework, which is that it's always UTF-8. Object classes, primary keys are always case insensitive. We also defined primary keys more, like which elements of the object. Many are clear, like we know what the primary key of an AS set is, but for example, a route, is it the prefix, the origin, in which order, do they contain any characters in between? That is all a lot more defined to match a standard we were already doing informally. If you get objects and attributes you don't understand, you got to try, but you can discard them. So that allows compatibility to remain if definitions of objects are slightly different. But mostly we left this opaque to intentionally leave this problem out of scope and not grow this standard infinitely. We now have 5 interoperable implementations. Of course, RIPE-NC is running this in production. IRRD supports this as client and server. And there are a number of other client implementations, and they all work. We have an extensive implementation report. It just went through ISG and is now in the RFC editor queue. The NDBR 12 was mentioned earlier. My opinion on I think it is not unreasonable to close it, but what I would ask the NCC to do is that during ISG review, we made a number of changes. There were some clarifications. None of these are incompatible, but I think it would be worthwhile to go through the latest draft again and make sure that the implementation aligns. It's things like error recovery, like what should the client do, what should the server do if this and this is inconsistent with this. Nothing major, but still significant changes. How do you use NRTM version 4 if you are running IRRD? On the server side, you have to define, it's just 2 settings for both clients and servers. You define where to store files. You give it a private key. We have some helper commands to help you do that. You serve those files over HTTPS. You give your clients that URL and your public key, and they are good to go. So it is much simpler. There's much less moving parts than NRTM version 3. On the client side, you give it a path to the update notification file and the initial public key. The purpose there being that there may be in-band key rotation, so you need a public key to start. And from there, it will pick up key rotation in-band itself. So this is all you need to do for, to say, mirror. For RIPE-NC, this is already documented. For other implementations, for other deployments, I think they are still ongoing to add NRTM version 4 as well. My work on all of this over the last 4 years was funded by the RIPE-NC Community Projects Fund, which is now unfortunately no longer, and LACNIC. Thought it important to mention because this is not a paid job for me, so I need to find funding sources like that. If you want this kind of work to happen, we need to have funding projects like that. My co-authors on this draft were Job Snijders, Edward Shryane, and Stavros Konstantares. And particular thanks to Job for guiding me through the whole ITF process. I have never done this before. This is the first draft I ever worked on. And also many thanks to 25 reviewers we had and all the other implementers that showed that this could actually be done. Also working on this together with the RIPE-NCC and building our implementations together, but separately from each other, was incredibly valuable and found a lot of pretty bad flaws in the early versions of the draft where I thought I had written one thing and then wrote IRRD to do that thing, then complained to RIPE-NCC they were wrong, and no, it was actually me who wrote down something very different than I thought I wrote, and that's been very useful, and that's why I think it's very solid. And my particular thanks also to the very last reviewer in ISG review who pointed out that we had a route object, not a route 6 listed with an IP6 address, which would have been an embarrassing errata if our examples were RPSL invalid. So this is ready for use. You can use it already to mirror RIPE-NCC. If you run a recent enough IRRD documentations online, the draft should be published sometime, yeah, however long the RFC editor queue takes. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. If anyone has any questions or comments, of course, please come to the microphone, state your name and affiliation. If you have comments online, please use Meet Echo. We have both the text Q&A, and we can also patch you in via audio and or video if you prefer. Okay, that was probably the most comprehensive update we've gotten about IRRD, and then clearly everyone understood correctly. So, one more thing, if you would like, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have one more presentation now that we have time. Wow, it actually worked. So, more drafts coming. Now that I've done one, I'm like, oh, this is actually quite fun. I want to do more. This is early work that I've been doing with James Bensley. You may have seen some of it on the mailing list already, which is improving member resolution in RPSL. Because a big thing that IRR is used for is expanding AS sets. If you have an AS set, then it contains other AS sets, and you want to figure out who do the full expansion all the way through. But sometimes it's a little ambiguous. You might have an AS set that includes a member called AS included, and then there are two with that name, and they include different things. So who is actually in here? Should it be both? Should it be one? Which one did AS root actually intend? Now, this is of course a simple example, but these can go quite deep, and depending on where they are in the chain of AS sets, this can cause very significant changes. When I was developing IRRD version 4 and comparing it to v3, this was one of the sources where we had sometimes like, oh, you think this AS set is 1,000 prefixes, and the new one thinks it's 2 because someone in the middle was in this situation. It's not super common, but enough to be an issue. I had yesterday 70,000 different AS sets in my local IRRD, which had 68,000 unique keys, which means 2,000 are doubled at least once. It's a little biased towards some people. AS-S is, despite the name, not mine. So this is the number that I found in the most common AS set names. A bunch of these are very clearly intentional. Basically, they're squatting on the name in multiple IRR databases and multiple RIRs to prevent someone else from doing this, intentional or by accident. But I saw even among the ones that were put in here on purpose, some of them had become slightly inconsistent. So they have like 5 copies, and then one of them is actually a little different. So even if they try to do this themselves, sometimes they introduce a new inconsistency. So that is not great. The solution we propose is registry scoped members for RPSL set objects, which is a draft that's been adopted by the ITF Global Routing Operations Working Group. Because the first idea might be we can just use double colon, RC 2725 mentions it, and for other purposes. And it's sort of the convention we have already of all the assets in PRNDB, 10% already do this. They say like ripe, colon, colon, AS included. It fits neatly cosmetically with the single colon that we use to scope into an AS. But of course, if we change AS sets this way, that's going to break every old client, because they're going to think ripe colon colon AS included is the full name. Look up that, and they will fill. So this is cool, but it breaks all existing implementations. We could put it in a new attribute and make a new one that is scoped to a specific source, but that of course breaks them in a new way, because now all their clients and servers will not see any members. So instead, what the draft does is it does both. We keep members as it is currently because we need it for backwards compatibility, add a new one that is scoped by source. That sounds like a lot of work to maintain, but that is accounted for as well. There's a number of things in how IR servers and clients should handle this. First, if you list members yourself, it must include anything that's in source members as well, but then without the scope, so that we keep them as close as possible. The IRR server must enforce this. Clients must also read members as a fallback. The purpose here being, you might not know the IRR source for everyone listed in your members, so we want you to be able to add scope to some of them without having to do a full switchover. And also servers are recommended to try to generate one from the other. So if you know the IRR registry for all of your members, just only list SRC members, the IRR server can fill in the rest. We can derive. And the point here is, old clients can keep reading members as is, and we guarantee that it's as close as possible. It has issues, but those are the existing issues. We're not making it worse. And if you have an old object that just hasn't been updated, that still keeps working. And you can do gradual upgrades. So as soon as anyone uses this in any objects, and you use a updated IR server for resolution, you will benefit from reducing this reduced ambiguity right away. Second draft, a slightly smaller one, is explicitly excluding objects from RPSL sets. BGP Q4 currently does this already with accept, but this would move it into the owner of the AS set defining this, which is usually the person who is most aware of this. And interesting, this one cascades down. So the previous one does not cascade down. You include one AS set and you say it's in ripe. We look at that one from ripe. And from there, we resume as normal, maybe with scope, maybe without. This one cascades down. So you can basically manipulate how should this AS set be resolved all the way down and then remove members. What is next with this? One of these is adopted. I want to do a bunch of updates based on various feedback received since in both drafts, and then try to get an implementation going in IRRD. Why I'm bringing it here is because, of course, this would most benefit if the RIPE database would adopt it as well. Do you think this is good? These are early drafts, so of course there will be more discussion on their particulars. Do you think the RIPE NCC should work with us to also look towards adoption? And I would just welcome your comments on the drafts here or at the ITF. Thank you.
Hello, Sasha. Stavros from AMSIX. Yes to all of these questions. I think this work is fantastic. We are missing those features for a long time. I've discussing those things with other members in the RIPE community. We're missing this functionality. I'm happy to see drafts on these ideas. I would like to encourage RIPE NCC colleagues to work with these and also consider as early as possible with these drafts. I'm happy to support those. I like it. Keep up.
Thank you.
All right. It looks like we don't have any comments or questions online. So, Peter.
So it appears there are no more comments in line. So Sasha, thank you very much. And now we come to the AOB session. Is there any other business that somebody would like to bring to the attention of the working group? If so, please come to the mic. And as per usual, name, affiliation, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead.
Hello again, Piotr Strzelski speaking for myself. Just one correction. You mentioned Neil at the beginning, at the opening. It was Nigel. It was with Nigel's help. I hope. Oh yeah, Nigel is with us. It was with Nigel's help that we have right now minutes from RIPE 70 and 72. And yes, you are correct. We are still missing 73, but we'll dig for that. Let's see what will happen.
Okay, apologize for the missing the name. I just wrote it down wrong in my notes. Yeah.
No worries.
But thank you for the correction.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, and then just before we close, there's a few announcements they would like us to make. The RIPE Program Committee election and voting will close at 1700 local time today. Please remember to vote. All you need is your RIPE NCC access login. And the RIPE NCC members who have registered for the general meeting can vote until 9 a.m. local time on Friday, tomorrow morning, so you have all day today. And of course, we encourage you to use your rights and responsibilities as members to vote. And with that, I would like to close the database working group session for RIPE 92. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
For Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to the DNS working group session here at RIPE 92. Also, welcome to the people online. Great to see you all here. We are the co-chairs of the DNS working group with Yevgenia, Ulrich, and me, Moritz. And today we have, again, a very full agenda, even with one time-permitting presentation by Maynard, which will be a very short announcement, and we have to see whether we can fit it in. If not, we have a couple of announcements. First of all, there's, of course, the RIPE PC election voting will close today at 5 p.m. So remember to vote all. Talking about voting, remember also to rate the talks. We appreciate your feedback, and also the speakers appreciate their feedback as well. And then we have one very important announcement. We have found a new co-chair for the RIPE working group, Mark van der Waal, from from the French registry. Other than that, we also have, because he will replace me, by the way, as a co-chair. So this is my last working group session as a co-chair. Other than that, we also have a lively discussion about the co-chair selection process in the DNS working group on the mailing list. So if you have opinions, feel free to share them, and my fellow co-chairs will have to figure out what to do with them. But that's not my problem anymore. And yeah, I think this is it, right? So I think we can start with our.
Well, almost. Of course, we have to say thank you to Moritz. Yes. Thank you very much. And thank you for doing a wonderful job and you're putting your time into the RIPE community.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. And with that, Ondřej.
Okay, so hi, I'm Ondřej from ISC. This will be a little bit interactive, so if you can scan this QR code with your phone, it will, or go to wclap.com and type DNSRIPE 92. I'll give you a very brief moment. Okay. This talk is about delegations and mostly about how many DNS queries does it take to resolve a name. So here's the first question. Team is Microsoft.com. How many DNS queries does a cold cache lookup take? I'll show you. Okay, well, seems like the middle of the field is winning. Okay, here's the answer. Okay, so I'll show you why. So it was a surprising number for me too. And yeah, DNS is magic, and I'm still surprised it works every day. So what I'm going to show you here, all numbers come from Bind9, so it's implementation specific. We will add one more complexity at a time. There's delegation types, CNAME chains. I'll show you that the DNSSEC doesn't really cost much, and the PTR And especially in this community, PTR records are important. So I'm sure that you know this. So, you know, recursive resolution in few seconds. So every hop adds TTL, it's runtime trip, and cache hides most of it until it doesn't. And this is sure, again, you know this picture, like this is a very naive imaginary floor. How many queries does it take to resolve something? You would think three is the number. So the real world case is this. Again, example.com. And that's because it, you know, does use Cloudflare name servers, and it adds complexity. Just quick recap of the delegation taxonomy. We have like in domain, the NS name lives in the zone itself, and the glue is required. Extra cost, 0. If it's in the bailiwick or sibling glue, it lives in the parent of the zone. The glue can be used, so there's some extra cost or none. And if it's completely out of the bailiwick, the name service lives in completely unrelated zone, glue is not allowed, and the extra cost is large. And we will be talking about the mainly difference between the line 1 and 3 in this talk. So the in-domain glue, strict glue, which is mandatory, this is very cheap. So for example, wikimedia.org is delegated to NS0, wikimedia.org, and something else. Glue must be in the parent, and we came to 3. This is the best case. And a couple of top 20 domain does this, and there's a reason for this. In bailiwick, sibling glue, this is right.net, and all the name servers are in the .NET zone, in the parent, and the parent can shift zone because it's authoritative for the sibling zones. And the resolver can use these, but it's complicated. Before there was a CVE in this area, the extra cost was 0. After the CVE, it's cost more because we can't use at least in bind, we can't use the sibling glue. Out of the bailiwick, example.org lives at cloudflare.com. Parent has no authority over .com. Glue, if ever present, is untrusted and should be thrown away, and resolver must resolve the NS names from the scratch. So just like recap, so you go example.com, you look up .org, you look up example.org delegation, it goes to kathleen.ns cloudflare.com, and you go back to the root, look up .com, look up cloudflare.com, and you get the IP addresses for the name servers. So it's like 3 plus 3 multiplied by number of the out of bailiwick parents per name. So again, that's for you on the phones. Okay, it's kind of surprising that I didn't get just 4 lines. So I guess some people will have to do some homework. But basically the top 4 lines is the correct answer. So what the spread around the different domains cost you? So if you have nothing in the cache, you're resolving CNAME at the moment because teams.microsoft.com is CNAME. And as you can see, the DNSSEC doesn't add much. And the difference between 920 and 921 is the child-centric versus parent-centric delegations. That's why it dropped down. So as you can see, we've been improving in this area, the implementation, but still just a single name by 916 or by 918 is over 100 queries alone. This is measured by running a named instance and counting the log lines, how many outgoing queries has been actually issued. So it can cost something, depending if you upgrade to latest versions, between 16 to almost 200 cold cache queries, just for a single name. Now, Teams.Microsoft is a CNAME, and it's a CNAME chain. So there's like 4 CNAMEs, and the last one is the A record. And each CNAME is a fresh resolution, and as you can see, it also switches the TLDs. So each target zone, again, might be out of the bailiwick, and each NS set might span multiple TLDs. And each of the name can have this similar situation as well, as we'll show you in the on some next slides. So if we count the whole resolution chain, we come to the number I've shown you at the beginning. So with by 9.16, it's 247 queries. Now it gets better with the parent-centric delegations. It gets better with 920 versus 918, but still it's a lot. And that's just single name to resolve when the cache is called, or the records expire from the cache. So more fun with PTR, reverse records. So reverse DNS is everywhere. It's mail server, SSH, Traceroute, whatever. And they regularly have out of the bailiwick delegations at every level, and separate infrastructure, separate organizations. It might be broken, missing glue, and TTLs that nobody looks at. So IPv6, in the worst case, there are 32 labels, and each can be delegation level. Each can be different out of bounds delegation level. So this is one of the choice for one of the IPv4 addresses, and we will need more slides to show you this. So when you start at ARPA. With QNAME minimization, this is actually the case where the QNAME minimization makes a difference, because you are just asking for ARPA, not .in dash other ARPA. So there are 2 steps, but still we are in the strict sibling, strict, that's fine. Then we go to RIPE, and this is mostly fine because it's still .NET, but it's .ARPA, so it's out of the bailiwick. But at least they are all in the .NET, but not exactly. Then .NET, we go to root servers. Again, this is bailiwick, there's strict glue, sibling glue. We go to writenet.net, and now there's slugtld.org. So we went from .ARPA to .org. So if only. So for PTR reverse records, the number of the queries is huge, and that's for resolver that does every reverse lookup. That's you issue ping, you have a mail server, you do reverse lookups. So these are some names. I anonymized the IPv4 address that we go almost to 400. And that was somebody complaining that bind doesn't do its basic job and resolve names. Because with the cold cache, it's 400 outgoing queries. So it's not a basic resolution, really. So again, there's a great tool from VeriSign Labs, Transitional Trust, trans-trust.verisignlabs.com. You can test it on your domains. And again, this is very huge graph. I'll show you just the parts of it. So write.net goes to .net. That's still fine, okay? GTLD servers.net goes to .com. So count with me. We have .NET. We started with ARPA. We have .NET. We have .com. So LACNIC goes to .org. Okay. LACTLD.org goes to Brazil and Chile. Now we have 6 TLDs, and that's just for a single name. And Chile has a bonus, Canada. Okay. And we are not yet done. We also have Sweden. So we started with .ARPA and have now spanned the globe and visited many countries, including Sweden. 6 TLDs. So, question for you: this is no right answer, obviously. How would you describe your zones today? I see Google people are very quick. So many people with in-domain delegations. I'm pleasantly surprised. Okay. Back to the implementation. There are 2 different approaches. And bind comes from the left side, that it tried to resolve everything because the idea was to fill the cache and have the full cache, and then you are basically done. So for every delegation level, store all name server names, resolve both A and quote A, but it explodes under attack. The other side would be our naive floor, that we resolve just bare minimum. And for every delegation level, we just pick one name, resolve one IP address per family, but that removes resiliency because the server might be slow or dead. So everything gets slower, and we need DNS to be fast, to be serving ads to people. So neither of these are viable, and something in between has to be implemented. So there are various limits on how many name servers are resolved, that varies per delegation level, limit the number of the IP addresses, and use sibling glues as much as possible, because that helps a lot. So what went sideways? I already mentioned the CVE. There was a CVE that showed that you can use sibling glue to poison the name. So we had to remove this from bind. And as you can see, the bind 9.20.13 was like mostly parent-centric. It used whatever was available. And then the CVE came, and we bumped, from 7 to 37, or from 37 to 122. So these are like the top 10 something names. And still, we improved it a little bit with the latest version, like remove some of the queries, but it's still quite a large number. So what went well? So when we switched to parent-centric delegation model, most of the domains that Alphabet or Meta has is just 7 queries, which is really nice. So if you don't know how to do that, look at these companies, like pick a top 10 list, and you'll see that in-domain delegations are like fast and can be done. So what you can do as a domain operators, prefer in-domain delegations if you can. If you must use managed DNS provider, pick 1 or 2 at max, and not for each across different 4 TLDs and across and each of them has different TLDs. Or did CNAME that? I know that people like to play stupid DNS tricks with CNAMEs and load balancers and stuff, but it does add complexity to DNS delegations that you might not realize it's there. I think the number at the beginning was really surprising for everyone in this room. And keep the Petr delegations boring. Again, where you can use in-domain and glues. So you remove work from DNS. For managed DNS providers, again, just do in-domain delegations for the client name servers. It will help all your clients. And for resolver operators, there's little that you can do except just deploy the latest version of the resolvers, because we improve. The implementations improve and get better. Aggressive NSEC might help a little bit, but only a little bit for sign zones. And the sign zones that use NSEC, not NSEC free. So to take away from this, that this is something I hope you take home, that single lookup is not just few queries. It's tens or even hundreds of queries when the cache is called or expired. Out of bailiwick name servers and CNAME chains like multiplicate, and PTRs, this is the worst case that nobody talks about because it's just like hidden. And this, the caching only hides the cost. So do this, and you can get, the free again. With DNSSEC, it would be 6 because you need, DS and DNS key for every level. So questions? And meanwhile, you can look up your domain and just post a number. What's your domain?
Thank you, Ondřej. We have time for 2 quick questions.
It's Joe Abley from Cloudflare. So this is all it's very fun. Thank you for doing all this. But this is just on an empty cache. And most caches are not empty most of the time. After a cache has been started, 30 seconds later, it's very not empty. And probably all the queries needed for teams are definitely in the cache at that point, and all subsequent queries are quick. So I wonder whether your advice is the right general advice. It sounds like good DNS-specific advice, good cold cache advice. But if the steady state is not an empty cache, and if there are other risks that people are mitigating against, like use multiple registries because otherwise everything depends on one set of credentials or one registry operator, then maybe the overall picture for most people is a bit different.
So I expected this question. So if you have a domain that lives in specific TLD and that TLD goes down, it doesn't matter how many providers you have. So if something goes down, then you don't get to the delegations at all. And it doesn't matter that you are in .org, .info, .com, and I don't know, .it. So, so that's why my recommendation was just like don't use many providers, just use 1 or 2 and use some that are well managed. So that's my answer. And it's not cold cache. It's stuff under attack as well. And the attacks happen. So you can force resolvers to clean the cache, pseudo-random subdomain attacks to fill the cache with stuff. And it gets complicated very quickly.
Libor Paltan, CZNIC, thanks much for this research and for the illustrative numbers. However, I think that local root is becoming more of an industry standard already. And I think it will be changing the numbers a lot. So could you maybe perhaps redo the same research just with local root enabled? Because the point is that I think that with the local root, it no longer cares if those names are in different TLDs or if they are in the same TLD. And I think this was one of the main points of your presentation, but I don't really see in this case, yeah, of course, there is the complexity of the further labels in the names and stuff. That would be really nice to see. But for the TLD specifically, local root solves it. And that's my point.
I can do new numbers. I also have a branch where the number comes from bind as a EDE, extended DNS error, some random number.
The queue is closed.
Thank you.
Quick question, please.
Thank you, Moritz. Jim Reed, unaffiliated guy that's just wandered in off the street.
From Glasgow, I know.
From Glasgow, yes. Not from this city. This is interesting work, and I think it's a good idea to publicize this and socialize it. But I wonder what we can do to progress it. Is it worthwhile trying to write this up as a document? Because I think there's an issue here about the Goldilocks number of the providers, not too many, not too few. Where is that boundary? And there might not be a fixed answer to that, but I think it'd be useful to give some guidance about what sort of things to consider when trying to figure out how to give yourself enough robustness in terms of your delegation, but at the same time, not overwhelming the resolving process with having to make too many queries. So I don't know what that limit is, but it'd be good if we can get some guidance on that and write it down somehow.
Sure. I wrote a blog post on this 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But nobody knows about this. And don't look it up because it's horrible broken English.
Yeah, yeah. Who needs blogs? Come on. But I just wonder if it might be something that the working group might pick up and publish as a RIPE document.
I'm happy to just put the presentation into more words.
Okay, Ondřej, thanks.
Thank you, Ondřej. Next, we have Elizabeth Boswell from the University of Glasgow about black holes and prisoners, understanding AS112 deployment characteristics.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is my second talk on AS112 this week. I'm sure many of you have heard the talk at DNS.org already, and this will be about the other side of it, about who runs the AS112 network. So the issue that I'm talking about here are DNS junk queries. So not all queries that are sent to the DNS have a meaningful response. For example, the query that would correspond to what domain name resolves to 192.168.0.1 doesn't have a meaningful answer because this is a private IP address. So this IP address can't correspond to one single domain name in the public DNS. So this kind of query is essentially meaningless noise that's just sent to the DNS and wastes resources. However, these kinds of queries are often sent by misconfigured software. And in order to deal with this problem, the AS112 network was created. So AS112 is an Anycast DNS network that captures these junk queries and diverts them away from the .arpa and INADU.arpa servers. Of course, as we just heard, these queries will still take up some resources because of the delegation process, but at least this way, the response can be cached and hopefully will prevent further queries from wasting everyone's time. So AS112 is SU servers are the authoritative name servers for reverse DNS queries for private and linked local IPv4 addresses and queries for home.arpa and service.arpa. The interesting thing about AS112 is that this is a volunteer-run network. Literally anyone can just add a site to AS112 by setting up a DNS server and announcing the AS112 Anycast prefixes over BGP. And then a portion of the world's junk queries will be routed to that operator. The project is loosely coordinated by DNS.org, which maintains a list of operators with some self-reported information on the website as112.net. So as a result of this volunteer-run model, we don't really know how many AS112 sites there are, who runs them, where they're located, from where they're accessed, and how does AS112 compare to other Anycast networks. However, knowing this is important because the queries that are sent to AS112 can contain some sensitive information. For example, they can contain host names or they can be service queries. And these queries could be received by anyone. So we want to know where these queries are actually going. Secondly, AS112 protects important parts of the DNS, so it needs to be resilient enough to handle this load. And finally, it's just an interesting, uniquely uncoordinated DNS deployment, so it's interesting to see how it compares to other Anycast networks. So all AS112 sites are required to respond to these TXT queries for hosting.as112.arpa and hosting.as112.net with information about the location and operator of the site that receives the query. So for example, if I send this query from my office, I can see that my network's AS112 queries will be going to the site run by RIPE in Amsterdam. So by sending such queries from a large number of vantage points, we can discover a large number of AS112 sites in operation. And to do this, we send these hostname queries from about 12,000 RIPE Atlas probes and about 34,000 open recursive resolvers, which were found through the census internet scan. And we discovered 469 AS112 sites run by 97 operators. This is significantly more than the 72 and 65 sites found in previous measurements performed about 10 years ago. 40 of the 97 operators are in fact not on the self-reported official list of operators, and this includes 3 of the top 10 operators based on the number of vantage points that query them. And as you can see, Cloudflare is the main operator that that's contacted the most, but many other organizations which are present at RIPE right now also contribute to this project. So as I said, Cloudflare is a major operator. It runs almost half of the sites that we found and was created by about 40% of the probes and resolvers. And I was actually told by people from Cloudflare this weekend that they have more than 216 sites. So this is a lower bound, but of course I can't tell how much AS102 queries the other sites actually receive, since I wasn't able to discover them using essentially all discoverable open recursive resolvers on the internet. The fact that Cloudflare runs so many sites is of course a positive development because they obviously greatly increased the number of AS102 sites in operation, but it also creates a resilience issue because Cloudflare could at any point decide to stop contributing to AS102 because this is a volunteer-run project. And then all the queries that go to Cloudflare now would go to other sites, and these sites may not be equipped to handle the load of these queries. In terms of geographical coverage, it's pretty good in Europe, North America, and Oceania, as you can see in the map, but the coverage is less good in Africa and South America. Some sites also have a very large geographical reach. For example, the RIPE NCC site in Amsterdam isn't just queried from the Netherlands or from Europe, but it actually receives queries from virtually all over the world, even though those clients would have geographically closer AS102 sites that they should probably query instead. This is also shown in how 32% of the probes and resolvers send queries across borders. And as expected, this is especially prevalent in areas where deployment is low. So in this map, the darker the color is, the higher the percentage of queries sent across borders. And you can see that the map of Africa is quite dark here because deployment is quite low. In terms of the network distribution, only about 8.5% of probes and resolvers are in an AS that is directly connected to AS112. So AS is where the operator has either set up an AS112 site or somehow provisioned direct connectivity to AS112. And only about 5% of probes and resolvers are in such an AS and also query the site that they are directly connected to. So things could be improved in this regard because by creating a more direct connection to AS112, you can somewhat make sure that your queries are going somewhere you want them to go and they aren't just going to any random site run by someone that you might not want to receive your queries. So secondly, we compared AS112 to the DNS root. So as you all know, the DNS root is at the top of the DNS hierarchy, and it consists of 13 independent Anycast networks run by 12 different operators. It's important to note here that 12 of the 13 root server networks also serve the .ARPA zone. So this is both a comparison of 2 types of Anycast networks, the unmanaged AS112 network and the more carefully managed root networks. And it also directly compares AS112 to the .ARPA servers, which AS112 is supposed to protect. So in order to compare the two, we used the chaos txt hosting of blind queries, which are automatically sent by RIPE Atlas. And through these, we can determine which root site of each root letter the RIPE Atlas probe contacts. So for each RIPE Atlas probe, we were able to determine the location of its chosen AS112 site and the chosen site of each of the 13 root letters. And then we could directly compare the distances and latencies. And in doing this, we found that AS112 has about a 36% lower median distance and 23% lower median response time than the root. Though obviously these numbers do vary a lot between the root letters because they differ so much in their size. For example, in terms of distance, E and F root have lower distances than AS112. However, for about 22% of RIPE Atlas probes, the distance to its chosen AS112 site was less than or equal to the distance to the closest queried root site of all letters. So for those probes, the location of AS112 was better, or at least as good, as the location of all the root sites of any letter. And in fact, the distance to AS112 could be even decreased, because only about 22% of the probes and resolvers query the geographically closest AS112 site, which is a lower percentage than for any of the root letters. I assume this is partly because of some routing inefficiencies or the use of local anycast sites, which is when the AS112 operator restricts the BGP announcements to only go to certain networks, so that some probes can't access a site that's close to them because they don't have that connectivity. So in conclusion, AS112 is a volunteer-run anycast DNS deployment that responds to junk DNS queries. It's widely deployed in a similar or possibly even better way than some root deployments, with 469 sites run by 97 operators. However, the coverage varies and resilience might be limited. This work was published in the Passive and Active Measurement Conference this year, so if you want to learn more, you can search for that and you can find out many more details about this. But for now, thank you for listening, and does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hi, Robert Kiyosaki, RIPE NCC. For the purposes of this question, maintaining Atlas. You probably know that we do very similar things as built into Atlas about the root zone and some others as well. So I guess if there is an ask, if there's a need, we can do similar things for AS112 as well, because why not? And then we produce beautiful graphs and maps and colors and all of that stuff.
Yeah, if you have the resources and people are interested, that would be interesting.
We do.
So I did make use of your built-in measurements of the hosting.bind, which is extremely useful for this. So thank you for setting that up.
I guess if the community would like us to do this, then just send a mail to the mailing list and then we will know.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lucas from Düsseldorf University here. Thank you for this very amazing talk. Like, I didn't know about the AS112 stuff before at all. So, and I was able to understand it also. It was really nice. I was just wondering, did you consider like possible biases in your study? For example, the coverage of the geographical coverage by Atlas probes. I guess there's less Atlas probes in Africa and Asia. And also you said like the RIPE AS112 service had a very far-reaching like geographical distance. If this might also be because of using RIPE Atlas probes for the discovery.
So yeah, we definitely considered that, which is why we also used the open recursive resolvers as vantage points, which are at least in theory more widely distributed. In practice, this only had limited success. For example, we had a lot of open recursive resolvers in China, but they all queried a AS112 site or some AS112 sites for which I wasn't able to determine the location. So I wasn't able to use a lot of data from China, for example. So we did consider it, and we tried our best to mitigate the bias of RIPE Atlas locations. In terms of the RIPE site, I don't know if that's so much of a factor, because it was also queried by a lot of the open recursive resolvers, which wouldn't have that bias of RIPE Atlas.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Lars Liman from Netnod, root server operator. This is fascinating, absolutely very, very interesting. Thank you very much. I immediately felt that here is room for improvement on my side. And did you use Atlas as your test network here, so that there are test results stored in the Atlas database? Because I can see a value for us to undertake some comparative studies for how routing happens for AS112 and for the root to try to learn how to improve our own routing situation so that we can improve. And would you, in that case, be willing to share the measured data that you have? Because I don't know which measurements you've run or whether they are public or not.
Yeah, if you like, maybe if you can send me an email, that would be the easiest way to share. I have made all the code for this available, but because the queries, the responses contain some personal information, like names of operators, I wasn't able to make that public. But if you send me an email, I can send you the links to the RIPE Atlas measurements, which are public. You just need to be able to find them. So I can definitely do that.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The queue is closed now.
Yeah, and to Robert, yes, please do these measurements so that we get more data and can learn more. Thanks.
Florian Obser, RIPE NTC operator of the AS112 node in Amsterdam, and I can't see how there would be a bias in RIPE Atlas for that node just because we run both. The AS112 node is just connected to AMS6, and I suppose a lot of networks show up there. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason. It's just good connectivity. So.
Thank you. Anything online? No. Okay. Then thank you, Elizabeth, again.
Thank you.
And next we have Lars-Johan Liman talking about DNS TAPIR.
So, yep, thank you. I'm Lars-Johan Liman. For those of you who don't know me, there are precious few of you, I think. So I work for Netnod, an infrastructure company based in Sweden. We operate exchange points, time frequency servers, and DNS. We're involved in a project called DNS TAPIR, which is an attempt to improve on or give a chance to let resolver operators have better information for doing filtering if needed. When we sent in the proposal for the talk, we wanted to focus on a specific part of the TAPIR project called the policy processor. But I was requested to give a better overview of the TAPIR project in general, so I will start by doing that. So we have a problem statement, DNS usage, and DNS is not always used for good things. There are lots of bad and illegal activities like side channels, command and control, steering and whatnot, and also various types of tracking activities. Since cookies have been kind of regulated, people try to use other means to do tracking of what people do on the net, which are not regulated, for instance, DNS. And the trend for all these activities is unfortunately negative. So we have a couple of areas of concern. Privacy leaks. DNS queries carry sensitive information. They are, as I mentioned, used as replacement for cookies, and that is often used without the consent of the actual user. And it's also used by malicious software for communication misdirection, for directing you to where sites or phishing sites, and also just for keeping things running, pinging home. And we believe that these things need to be monitored and reactions need to be formed. So threat intelligence is something that we're looking for. That's data that can be used to mitigate threats. This is data you can purchase from companies that specialize in providing this, but these subscription services are often for known bad domain names. So give me a list of what's bad, and you will receive a list that says block this domain name, blah, blah, blah. But you never or very seldom receive information on why this is blocked. Why does this company have this notion that this is a bad domain name, and do you agree with that assessment? So data sources for threat analysis. Basically, you can use all data, web traffic, routing information, data from email filtering. You can use the face of the moon or even reindeer migrations. Maybe not reindeer migrations, but definitely DNS traffic. And DNS as a sort of source of threat intelligence is a very good source, actually. It's very interesting. It contains very specific details. A good thing for a regular resolver operator is that they often see the bad actors as well. Systems that have been infected with various viruses or Trojans send DNS queries, and often they send them to the regular resolver, which means that we can observe them. And that's a way to find command and control traffic, and also to find bad sites that users are being directed to. But DNS data is just one component in this much larger picture, but it is an important component. So the data integrity when it comes to DNS, we see the source IP address. Almost always it's at a resolver. At a resolver you can see the source IP address of the actual machine that the user uses. So that makes it very, very integrity sensitive. You can see the exact domain name that's being queried for, and you can see the record type, the usage, and there is also a specific point in time. You can record exactly when this query came in, and all that is sensitive information. So most operators of resolvers deny access to the query data, and this is in order to protect their customers. And this is a very worthy cause. This is good. Still, it would be very useful to be able to analyze that data. So the TAPIR project starting point is to use aggregated, and this is a word I cannot pronounce, pseudonymized DNS resolver data. And we believe that it can be analyzed and used for cybersecurity monitoring and threat mitigation without privacy issues. And that last thing is extremely important to us. So we chose a way forward, which is to collect only select data and to aggregate it so that the various detailed information disappears, and with that we can achieve a sufficient level of anonymity, or also known as pseudonymity. This isn't full anonymity, but it's, we believe, good enough. So the next step is to try to convince the people who hold the data, which are the resolver operators, often large ISPs and telcos, to collaborate with us and actually yield the data, but only in the limited data that is integrity kind of cleansed from integrity sensitive information. So we need collaboration of these resolver operators, but the data is sensitive, so we need to gain their trust. And this trust, we believe that we can earn by being very transparent about what we do and how we do it. And the way to create that transparency is to use open source software for all components of this. So turning around, by you having a fully open source project, we create transparency. Through that, we create the trust from the ISPs, and we get their collaboration. That's the plan, at least. So the robust DNS project is a large project. No, it's not a large project. It's an overarching project where DNS TAPIR is an implementation of the larger project. So we wanted to design an open source platform for robust resolver operation and to design an open source system for central analysis. So this has led us to two subsystems of software. One we refer to as the TAPIR Edge, and this is something that's operated by the resolver operator. So this is not in the central system. Open source, as I mentioned. This software will cooperate with the actual resolver through a DNS tap feed. It will receive the queries, which are now still integrity sensitive. But this edge software will aggregate and filter out the sensitive information. So this is something that we hope to see operated by a multitude of operators, and so that we can collect data from multiple sources at the same time. It also receives feedback from the central analysis function, and that feedback comes in the shape of observations, not decisions or instructions, but only observations. And that makes it possible for this edge software to implement a local policy for what to filter and not to filter. So this is a feedback loop, so to speak, where we have many, hopefully many edge systems feeding into a central analysis function, which will then feed back to the edge systems the observations from the collective of these edges. The central function we refer to as TAPIR core. This is supposed to be one system that collects as much data as possible from as many edges as possible, and it receives this pseudonymized data, and that's pseudonymized in a way that is transparent, so everyone can see which data is actually fed up to this central analysis function, and all data is then analyzed again with transparent open source methods, so people can see how do we do this, and then it feeds these intelligence observations back to the resolvers, or the edge systems, it should read. So many edges report to the central analysis function, the core, and the core feeds back to the edges. And from the core, you can of course also send alarms or these observations to third-party people who might be interested. So if I wasn't an experienced speaker, this is the picture I would show you, and you will immediately realize it's impossible to read. So I said to myself, I can do better. So the lower part here is the edge, and it consists of a number of components. You see the resolver to the left in lavender, and then you have the edge minimizer, which is the one that cleanses away all the source IP addresses, and it also does aggregation of data. And it sends two types of local observations to the upper core, and these observations are two types. One is statistics. I've seen this many queries of this type and that many queries of that type, but also events like, oh, this is the first time I see this query. This is important. I'll send that immediately, because that can be something that triggers observation of a new thing in the core system. And the core system has databases where it stores these observations and does regular analysis on it, and then feeds back both configuration to change possibly the minimizer to send other types of data, but also to the policy processor that you see to the left in the lower box. And we will have a little deeper walk into the policy processor. So the policy processor consumes these observations from the TAPIR core and combines that with data from other sources. So the policy processor is the one that kind of makes the decisions at the local resolver how to actually instruct the local resolver. And the thought is that it can take data from multiple sources. It can override observations with allow and deny lists. It can apply local policy for filtering and do background garbage collection of old data when necessary. And it transforms this into a minimal feed with filter instructions to the local resolver. So here is where the policy is implemented. It sounds simple, but it can actually get rather complex. So the policy processor, it takes observation from the TAPIR core from above. In our case, we use MQTT for transporting this information. It can receive response policy zones, which is kind of the standard way to send special information about special domain names across the DNS system. And for that, it can use regular zone transfers. And it will feed that down to the resolver in the shape of this single RPZ feed, so that the resolver knows what to do. But it can also receive instructions in form of deny lists, and these are regular text files, and allow lists, and these come as directed acyclical word graphs, which is a type of database which is very suitable for quick lookups for words like domain names, so that the policy processor quickly can put together stuff when needed. And of course, all these things run as streams of input, but if you cold boot a policy processor, you need to inform it of the current state of affairs. So it needs to have a bootstrap function as well that comes from above. And on top of that, there is also a looking glass where you can observe the status of things so that you know what's going on and you can fiddle with your system. So local policy for filtering. Examples of what you can do in the policy system is to react to domain names that are flagged from at least this number of sources. Remember that we have many edges. If 5 edges agree on an observation, that's probably more interesting than if you receive it from only 2. If you have more than X different or M different TAPIR observations, if there's a combination of observations that you see, that can be interesting. Or if you have at least some combination of X, Y, and Z observations from the analysis system. And of course, you can always add allow and deny lists on that. So this is currently an area of focus in the project and where we are working. So the current status of the TAPIR project is that we are past the prototype stage. We have operating stuff in test mode with real but limited data from Swedish ISP. The Swedish Internet Foundation runs an operating core system that you can connect to and participate in. All the software components are available as ready-to-install binaries. We have Linux packages for both RPM and Deb systems. And one big Swedish ISP is already on board and providing test data. It's real data, but from a limited set of resolvers. And 2 more are very interested and working on their internal stuff to be able to participate. They often have to push the stuff through their legal departments, and they are not always the quickest. Implementation status, all edge components are implemented. All core components are implemented, but that will continue to evolve because analysis will change over time. So you cannot really say that it's like done. Storage and communication is robust, and our model for protecting integrity has been cleared by real lawyers. We actually checked with lawyers for doing that. So next steps are trying to get more ISPs involved in that and productify and solidify it even more. And we're also looking into next round of funding. We are good for the coming year, but we need a little more. So welcome to the TAPIR and the TAPIR filter. And this is just a log of the administration. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Liman. We have questions. I think the queue is closed now.
I'll be around, so you can talk to me afterwards.
That was fast. Thijs van den Hout from SRDN. Are the operators of the TAPIR Edge software vetted, or can anyone join the project? Because information flows back to other operators impacting their filters.
We haven't had a problem with that yet. Yeah, looking at you and across the room, we're not really vetting people as such, are we? We are happy to work with people, but you have to get access to the system through certificates. So everything is encrypted that goes around here, and we probably reserve the right to ignore people that we feel are not wanting to help, if I phrase it like that.
Yeah. And maybe it might also be useful to allow to add known trusted sources in the filter policy. So you decide who you want to accept your rules from.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Okay,
good, thanks.
Thank you.
Jim Reid, an unaffiliated DNS geek from Glasgow.
Are you new here?
I think so, yes, yeah. This is fascinating work, and I think you guys are doing something really, really interesting here, so please keep it up. I think the most important thing from my point of view is the fact that you're being open about the sources of the data that you're using to try and generate these feeds. I think that's a big step forward, And I hope to see more of this kind of thing. But my question for you, which is perhaps a little bit unfair and maybe it's premature, is the effectiveness of the filtering data that you're generating. How does it stack up against the commercial filtering services that are already in place?
We don't know yet. Thank you for, it's a very good question. We don't know yet. It hasn't been, tested against these commercial services yet, but we do have security companies involved in the project as well, because they're interested in using this type of technology for their services. So, but I don't have a better answer than that for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Peter Hessler, some years ago I ran a project kind of similar to this, using BGP to distribute information about email servers. Are they sending spam or sending good emails? And a big problem I ran into was the trustworthiness of the sources feeding me the data. And so I want to emphasize the first speaker, or the first comment. Make sure you have a vetting system, make sure you have a way to remove bad actors and to keep an eye on the possibility of several seemingly unaffiliated actors behaving in concert to punish something. Because if they can get teams.microsoft.com blocked, a lot of employees would be happy, but management would be unhappy.
Very good advice, and thank you for that.
Sorry.
Yep, of course, the allow and
no, sorry, Benno, you're fine still.
Okay.
The allow and deny lists will probably help you in that case, because they will contain the big players by default. But it's still very good advice, and it's being heard. Thank you, Benno.
Benno Overeinder, Netnod Labs. Yeah, a little bit in line with the question from Thijs. Is it possible that the Netherlands also run a TAPIR core? Not so. You gave the presentation. TAPIR core is run by Internet Stiftelsen,
yeah,
some in Sweden. But it's also possible, for reasons, protective DNS in the Netherlands, something like that, or protective DNS in France, that a country wants to run their own core. Is
that's
and
absolutely
how many resolvers do you need to have available input? But maybe the latter is difficult.
Yeah, for the first question, absolutely. The idea with the core is that it's really possible to operate multiple cores in different locations or different geographic regions, legal systems, whatever. And we hope to be able to develop the system so that you can have a federation of core systems that talk to each other and feed information across. That part is not fully researched and done yet. Sorry, I missed your second question.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Matthijs Mekking, IC. Thanks for the presentation, because it gives me a better idea what TAPIR actually does. And one thing I picked on was that it gives a better insight why something is blocked for the resolvers, I believe.
Yep.
Do you have or plan to have anything to give that reason also back to the client requester?
So that means feeding it back through the actual resolver to say why something is blocked.
Right.
No, we have not been working on that. It's a good idea, I think, but it's a totally separate research or development tree that we are not working with, at least not right now. But interesting suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Liman.
Yep, thank you.
Next up, we have Petr Špaček talking about NSEC3, but just a little.
Hello, I've worked with ISC on all things DNS. At this time, I would like to debunk some myths about NSEC3 and what it does. Usually, the people think that NSEC3 is the impenetrable castle which protects your zone data, so the bad actors cannot see them. But in reality, it's more like this. It's very, very efficient way how to burn lots of money and capacity of DNS servers without really getting much. And you can even misconfigure it in interesting ways, and then it gives very nice, warm, fuzzy feeling of false security. So what is this about? I'll just skip over the slides with a reference. I mean, if you are in this room, you know that what DNS is. NSEC gives you a range of names, and between these names, nothing exists. That's what the NSEC says, and the names are in clear text. NSEC3 is the same thing, but the name is hashed. So it's not immediately obvious what was the original name before hashing. So instead of range of names, you have range of hashes, but again, you already know this. If you want to read this in coherent manner, I strongly recommend reading the RFC on the slide, the 7129. It is with accessible language explaining what is going on and why, so you can understand why the heck is this so complicated. Anyway, for today, we will have a look at the NSEC3 parameters. So if you have your zone already signed and you do use NSEC3, what can you configure and why? Excuse me. So here we have 3 parameters in the NSEC3. One is it's nonsense, just ignore it, leave it out. Second parameter is hash algorithm. There is only one, so there's not really much to configure. And the last parameter is the extra iterations. And here emphasis on extra, because the standard says iterations, not extra iterations. But even if you specify 0, it still hashes once. So it's like the value you configure is how many extra loops it has to do before sending it to the client. Here is an example. If you do nseg hash, this is actually a command line tool, so you can play with it yourself. If you hash it with 0 extra iterations, you still get a hash. If you use 100 extra iterations, it in fact hashes 101 times. So it takes more time, you get different hash. And here's the catch. Of course, hashing more times is more secure, right? Sure, of course. But the thing is that if someone decides to attack your zone and extract the names, they will just send random names, completely randomly generated. They will get a huge number of the hashes, store them on disk, and then eventually when they are bored, they will start cracking the SHA-1 hashes, possibly using GPU farms, because nowadays everyone has a GPU or stuff like that. So it's very efficient and offline, and the emphasis on offline. While at the same time, your DNS servers have to compute the same calculation online while the client is waiting. So this is not really a fair game between the attackers and the actual DNS servers. To demonstrate this, we will have 2 different test setups, but they are almost the same. One is with random subdomain attack, so we generate random number, send it as a query to a DNS server, and then on the authoritative side, we change the number of the NSEC3 iterations in the zone so we can see what's the impact of the different values. Second test setup is very similar, but we have a DNS resolver in the middle. So we send the random query to a DNS resolver, and then in effect, the resolver then goes and attacks the authoritative server with the same random subdomain attack, obviously. And for resolvers, just to spice it up, we use second variant of the attack, which is random labels, the 127 random labels, all of them randomly generated. And that's because in NSEC3, resolvers have more work to do if there is more labels. How does this work? Okay. The test setup, in case you want to play with it yourself, it's on the slide, but it's basically, switch off RRL, so it's easier to measure, but it doesn't really change the performance characteristics. Here, this is the important slide. On the x-axis, we have the number of NSEC3 iterations used to sign the zone. So that's what the authoritative operator decides, that the parameter the operator can change. On the y-axis, it has a relative performance in QPS. Can you see? Okay. In my screen, it's a little bit cropped, but you can see all of it. Okay, good. So again, on the y-axis, we have relative performance, and relative is in a sense that if you configure your zone with 0 extra iterations, then we measure the QPS, and then we go on to like 150 iterations, measure it again, and compute the ratio, how much slower it is with additional iterations. Here, you can see for yourself that the shape of the lines is the same for NSD, for unbound, for bind. I'm sure it will be same for everything, because the shape is property of the protocol. It's not an implementation bug that it is so slow. That's a property of NSEC3. which is the important point here. So if you go for 150 iterations just because you can, you will effectively burn 90% of your DNS resolver capacity by just doing that. Enjoy the money on fire. Now we've just zoomed into the beginning of the chart, so we can actually see the nuances at the very beginning. And you can see for 25 iterations, you burn roughly 2/3 of the capacity of your servers. So if you are, usually people like to over-provision the alternative servers as a protection against denial of service attacks, basically have enough capacity so you don't need to care. And if you use 25 iterations, you just burn 2/3 of the capacity. If you go to 5 iterations, you still burn like 1/3 of the capacity. Even one iteration makes a difference, as you can see. So it's incredibly costly, or in other words, we can say that over the last 40 years, we've optimized the heck out of the DNS servers. So even the very fast SHA-1 makes a difference. To protect themselves, the DNS resolvers have limits of how much work they are willing to do. The limit have changed over time from like completely out of the blue 2050, which didn't make any sense, to more sensible numbers nowadays. But now the question is, what happens if the limit is exceeded? And that's a very important one, because you have two options, basically. Either serve fail, but then people complain that, I cannot get there and whatnot. And the resolver operator doesn't have any way to fixing the problem on the alternative side. So that's why resolvers mostly decided to go insecure if the number of iterations is over that local specific implementation limit. But that has some downsides too. Imagine that you have a TLD. That TLD, for some mysterious reason, is signed with NSEC3 using 151 iterations. So say that that's over the limit for that specific resolver implementation. And now the TLD has two delegations. One of them is signed, like IST.org with DS record, nice, signed, secure delegation. The other one, the unknown name, doesn't have DS record. That's insecure delegation in DNSSEC terminology. And what the attacker can do is that the attacker will just take these two records, combine them together, and send them to the resolver. But now there is a catch. To actually detect that the name in the answer doesn't match, the resolver would have to do the iterations, but it's over the limit. So the resolver will say, oh, that's too much work, I'm not going to do this. And either serve fail, but then people will cry, or go insecure. Then people will not cry, but they will have the false sense of the security because, well, there is a secure delegation, the zone is signed, everything is fine, except it's not. So that's very good reason why the resolvers cannot go with limit 0, because it would turn lots of secure delegations into like downgradable mode of operation. But at the same time, not enforcing the limit of 0 costs performance and capacity. So it's not good. So long story short, don't do it. NSEC3 is for very limited use cases, especially if you are like GTLD, which publishes the zones. It doesn't really buy much. It can save some memory if you use opt-out, but that's about it. If you have to use NSEC3, there is RFC published a couple years back, which goes to some length to explain why, how to configure it and why. In 3 bullet points, use iterations 0, extra iteration 0. Don't use salt, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't do what people think, and probably no one knows how to use it effectively. And don't use opt-out if you really don't have to. If you have enough memory, just go for opt-out disabled. It's more secure and has better properties. Thank you.
There's time for questions.
Ondřej, I see. Just a quick remark that you didn't mention. Don't even think about changing the algorithm. It will not help.
Yes, good idea.
Shane Kerr at IBM. Are you going to be reporting in the resolver when you go insecure using like DNS error reporting, this new thing?
Yeah, I think it has IDE code, error reporting. Yeah, no one asked for it yet, so what? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's kind of an error.
Yeah, can be.
Johan Stensson, Swedish Registry. NSEC for the win. And I say that as a TLD.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Petr. Now we have time for the RIPE NCC updates with Florian.
Hello, good morning. I'm Florian from the NCC. I give the DNS update from the RIPE NCC, and as is tradition, I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to keep this short. First, I want to give you an update on our team. We have not done this in quite some time. So last year we did a bit of a reorg, and we are now 4 people in the team who work on DNS exclusively. So we're doing all the authoritative DNS things at the NCC and things adjacent to that, like the signers. So we have Anand, Leon, Martin, and myself. Next, I want to give you an update on our hosted DNS instances. We have 1/4 auth DNS hosted DNS instances and 3/4 for KRoot. We would like to get this more or less on par, like have more auth DNS hosted instances to increase the resilience there more. And we make some good progress there. So since RIPE 1991, we added the following auth DNS hosted instances. I'm not going to read out all the names because I will probably mispronounce them, so we would need Anand on stage for that. But yeah, we're looking for more hosts. You can apply at that link, and it lists all the requirements that we have. Another thing that we have been working on is service automation. So this is a thing that we have been doing for at least 10 years, where if a name server answers a serve fail, it automatically withdraws its service prefix. So this is, of course, a dead person switch. So what we do is, if we lose, if a server loses contact to the controlling infrastructure in Amsterdam, it will continue serving the zone. Because we think, well, if there's a problem in a region, like you have a natural disaster, war going on, those kind of things, it's still better if we can answer questions. And we will do this until the zone expires. But at that point, when the zone expires, this system becomes useless and we withdraw the prefix automatically. However, we do not do any more things automatically. Like if there are other issues on the system, like hardware faults, those kind of things, we need to deal with them manually, either by SSHing into the box or pushing out changes via config management. And the reason for that is that we are quite worried that if we add more automation, at some point that system will just run rampant and withdraw all our service prefixes. That would not be good. However, there's a way around this, and the idea is if we have covering prefix in place and we will never withdraw that, then we can actually automate more and just remove the service prefix. For KRoot, we already had a covering prefix in place for v4 and v6 since the inception of KRoot, as far as I know. For auth DNS, we did have space for v4 next to the service prefix, so that we could have a covering prefix there, but for v6 there was no space. We only had one /48. So we had to renumber v6 on auth DNS, which we did in 2025. So it took us all of 2025 to wrap this up, and we wrapped this up in January 2026. So we moved very slowly there. And with that, another step of automation that we now have in place is if on a system we are missing the default route, or we no longer have a full BGP view, we will also withdraw the service prefix because we do not want to drop or black hole queries that we receive. So we always require to have a path to the whole of the internet. And as I said, we will never withdraw the covering prefix. And the configuration looks like that. The covering prefix is only announced from our core sites. And we have /23 for IPv4 for KRoot and auth DNS, and /32 for IPv6 on KRoot, and /44 for auth DNS. And we slice out production and test prefixes. We also always leave test prefixes in place so that we can observe BGP propagation. Another project we have been working on last year is ISO 27001. For those of you in the room who have never heard of ISO 27001, congratulations. No, but it's actually not that bad. So it's an information security standard, and what it wants you to do is maintain and improve an information security management system. So write things down. You collect your risks. You come up. You decide what controls to put in place to mitigate those risks, and you write a business continuity plan. It's more or less that. For DNS, this was not particularly complicated for us. ISO gives you a list of controls, so you pick and choose. And so we already had our risk matrix in place, so we needed to find which controls apply to our risk matrix. That's one part, and the other part is link the controls to show that you implement those controls, link this to existing documentation. Of course, everybody in the room who has done operations knows that that's kind of not entirely true. So we also took this as a bit of a spring cleaning, get rid of old documentation and really double check that the documentation is up to date. And we found a few things that needed clarifying, but it was not a huge task. We, of course, did have a business continuity plan in place, but we needed to formalize this a bit more so that it's actually auditable under ISO 27001. And we had some time to revamp our disaster scenario testing. There are multiple ways to do this. You do a tabletop exercise, as in you just role play it. You can do a functional test, which is you take one system out, but the whole system as a whole continues working. Or you do a full-scale test. So, for example, we have one disaster scenario, as in the head office becomes inaccessible. I had proposed to do a full-scale test for that one. But it was not allowed. So we could only do this as a tabletop exercise. On the other hand, we all lived through the pandemic, so we already knew that we can happily operate this thing like the DNS infrastructure without a head office. So nothing surprising there. Last month, we passed an internal audit, and the next step is external audit to then actually get the certification the second half of this year. And the intention is to then use this information security management system to show compliance with various regulations that DNS falls under, for example, NIS2. And last but not least, we finally got around to publish a statement on RSEC 001. This is the service expectations of root server operators. So these are expectations. There are 17 listed in this RSEC document on what the community expects that root server operators should satisfy. So it has things in there like serve the unique IANA zone, serve an up-to-date root zone, and conform to BCP 40, for example, and have a business continuity plan. There are a few more in there, but you see, this is you run an important service. The community expects you to do this properly, and yes, that's what we're doing. And the recommendation is that we should actually put out a statement saying that we do that, and we did that by publishing it as a RIPE 859. And well, with that, thank you. And if you have questions, I might have answers.
Hi, Dave Knight, Nominet. Yeah, KRoot did not have its covering prefixes from the get-go. For more information, see a mail from Randy Bush to Nanog in October 2005 titled "OK, Can You See?" for a description of some of the unintended consequences of running local-only nodes.
Ah, so it was 20 years ago, so close enough. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That leaves us time for one more short presentation by Maynard.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'll be really quick and make sure you get your lunch on time. So yeah, this is a joint work together with the Internet Society. And what we do is we try to measure resiliency of recursive DNS resolvers in this specific part of the project, because resiliency is challenged by multiple incidents that may lead to outages. So a resilient domain name system should withstand these outages, attacks, and so on. So there are a couple of mitigation techniques that try to help make the internet more reliable, the DNS more reliable, more resilient. So recently, ICANN has proposed an initiative to codify the best practices into a set of global norms to improve security, the knowledge sharing and instantiating norms for DNS and naming security. So the goal of this project is to conduct an independent study of the measurable practices of the kindness framework, as well as other important DNS resiliency practices. So we try to better understand and assess the resiliency, how resilient are the recursive DNS resolvers, what is critical infrastructure here. And our approach is we use external data sources, we try to use public sources, and we complement them with active measurements to try to get us a comprehensive picture as much as possible. So yeah, very brief into the results. So currently we have about 100,000 resolvers in this database we can measure. But yeah, stay tuned for more updates here. Just a little homework. So think about it. How would you define and assess resiliency in DNS? And if you would like to contribute data to this project, please talk to us. That's already it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the quick update. We would still have time for comment questions, if there are any. No, then I thank all of you for being here, for participating this actively, and yeah, see you next time.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the IoT working group session here at RIPE 92. So let's have a quick look at our agenda. So as usual, we start with introduction housekeeping, going over some stuff, formalities we have to handle. Then we have a couple of talks. And at the end, we will talk a little bit about the co-chair selection. As you may know, my term is ending with this RIPE meeting. So we will handle this as well. For the housekeeping part, we first do the RIPE 91 minutes validation, go over the code of conduct, and talk shortly about how to participate in person remotely. Okay, so the okay, there's a typo, no worries. The IoT working group minutes from RIPE 91 have been published on the IoT working group website. You see the link at the bottom to review for everyone who's interested in that. Yeah, our code of conduct, as you know, we try to make everybody feel welcome here. So please be polite, treat everybody with respect. How to participate in person. So if you're here and have questions after the talks, please go to the mic, ask your question, say your name and your affiliation, maybe also a hint. If you are here for a company, but you're expressing your personal opinion, then just say, okay, I'm speaking for myself, not for my company, just to make things clear. The remote participation is handled via Meet Echo, so you can ask your questions directly using audio or in the chat. Here, the same situation with the affiliation, make that clear. What is also important, if you are attending remotely and want to use your mic, then we would appreciate you using headphones. We had some issues with our feedback loops that were a little bit annoying, and the technical team might to cut you off in case. And with that, I would like to start with our first speaker. And here I will hand over to Anna very quickly with a mic.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, so our first speaker is Jim Mosley from Infoblox, talking about DNS and IoT. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Anna. Yep, you can hear me good. Well, I'm Jim Mosley from Infoblox. I'm here today wearing a hat of an IETF draft author, along with a number of other people. Sorry, is there some strange echo I can hear? Okay. All right. So what I want to do is talk about the draft that we've done based on the research work done by UCL and INRIA. As I say, I'm here with an author hat on, a DNS hat on, if you like. But the work here is based on some research that was done and presented at RIPE 91. There's a paper as well that you can obviously look at that documents all of that research, and I'll come on to a couple of examples of that. This has resulted in us creating a draft called IoT DNS Security and Privacy Guidelines, and it's been adopted by the IETF IoT Ops Working Group. Try saying that after the whiskey boff. We've actually got to the stage where the IETF DNS Directorate has reviewed this, and we issued another draft a couple of weeks ago. You might think of the IETF DNS Directorate as kind of a Glasgow nightclub bouncer that says you can't come in here with trainers. But in fact, they're very helpful people, and we thank Patrick for his review. All right, so I said I'd do a couple of examples of the research findings. And this just kind of illustrates really the issues around IoT devices and their DNS behavior. So the research showed that 40% of the devices that were part of the study actively overrode the DNS servers they were given by the network operator. So, for instance, they were using Google's Open Resolver. Now, that's clearly an operational issue if those open resolvers are unavailable, but it might also be a security issue if a network is configured such that you don't query those open resolvers. The other thing, and I picked this because, not because I'm paid for a particular kettle manufacturer, but because it illustrates a point very well. Out of those 35 devices, actually 4 of them had very poor DNS transaction ID generation. And really, they should have looked like the Swan Alexa kettle on the right. Although why anybody would want to connect their kettle to the internet, I've no idea. So why use a draft to fix this? Well, we talked about it and thought it was a good sort of neutral place to provide guidance, but obviously the IETF is a place where the DNS standards are developed. And there's talk of the DNS CAML, so many RFCs, and bringing this together into one place that can provide guidance for manufacturers and to an extent network operators, although networks do vary, would be a good thing to do, to bring it all together in one place. And one of the goals there was so that it could be referenced by regulators. There's increasing attempts to do certification around IoT devices, this kind of thing, whether it's jurisdictional or sectorial or whatever. This would provide guidance around that. So I wanted to go through some of the key things in the draft. I'm not going to send everybody to sleep after lunch by quoting RFC numbers. So I just thought I'd go through some of the key areas. And this is probably the way, this diagram is the way that everybody's sort of learned DNS. When you query something like how does DNS work, you get this kind of picture of a stub resolver, a device in this case, querying a resolver. It iteratively goes away and finds some answers down the DNS tree, and then caches that and returns that to the client. And if we think about the draft in the context of that, the first and obvious advice to manufacturers is please, please, please conform to the RFCs that are there. And we highlight conformance based on the findings of the research. Things like do use the IP addresses you've been given, do randomize source port and transaction IDs on a TTLs, etc. The next part is really about encrypting traffic between the device and the resolver. The encrypted DNS protocols, DNS over HTTPS, TLS, QUIC, and COPE is a possibility within the IoT world. Can be used by those devices. Now, of course, there are some trade-offs there for device manufacturers. Encryption is going to require more compute, so more power. And in the world of constrained devices, that may be a challenge. We're not saying a must in IETF draft terms. We're saying it should. So that will obviously prevent snooping, etc., on the traffic there. But yeah, we acknowledge the trade-offs. The other thing that can be done is put PKI around DNS. I expect heckles or questions about DNSSEC later, of course. We've got that in the draft. Manufacturers can sign their zones, of course, and that would clearly be a security improvement. The IoT devices can check the DNS AD bit to check that that query has been verified. Obviously, that implies implicit trust in the resolver. We have allowed in the draft for the device to do its own validation. That's out of completeness and based on feedback we've got, really, rather than a kind of expectation that that will be done by devices, but it is an option. The other things that manufacturers can do, apart from sign their zones, is actually publish what management zones they use. So things that are used for device control, configuration, data collection. Network operators of certain types of network may want to constrain those networks where they're, say, dedicated to IT devices, to only be able to query those domain names. There may be environments such as a hospital that's running dedicated networks to IoT devices. Obviously very different to a large service provider that is servicing home networks, for instance, where things would be open. And the sort of response policy zone type approach could be used to help secure networks. Other network security is available, of course, and that would be useful from a sort of digital forensics incident response point of view as well. There is one thing based on the feedback around content delivery networks there that these management zones might reference, so that might be a complication. So how can you help us? That's really what I'm here to ask today. We definitely welcome comments, support via the IETF IoT Ops email list, and I'm definitely happy to discuss that in person as well. Certainly advice and thoughts on mitigations with references to real world issues that you've seen in your networks. Whether you can share those sort of publicly or privately, anything that might inform our draft going forward will be good there. Also, if there's anyone in the manufacturing area, we definitely love to speak to you about the implications of this draft, how it would improve your device security. Could you even use that as a stamp to say, our Swan Alexa kettle is better than your Swan Alexa kettle, that kind of thing. So yeah, seriously, would love to speak to you if you're manufacturers. And with that, that's what I had. So thank you very much for listening, and I'd welcome any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jim. Okay, Jim, you're getting a question from Jim.
I am. Hello, Jim.
Thank you. There aren't enough Jims at this meeting. Jim Reed, no affiliation. Interesting talk, Jim. I'm concerned about one of these aspects you mentioned in passing about DNSSEC. I think there's a bigger problem with IoT devices, not just with DNSSEC, it's in terms of the power they have, both in terms of compute capability and also the energy consumption that they have. So I wonder how realistic it is to expect IoT manufacturers to offer DNSSEC support so we can validate answers, and maybe also consider using encrypted DNS transports as a way to try and solve some of the security concerns around the use of DNS with IoT devices. How realistic do you think it is to expect these things to be found in a sensor network or whatever in your house?
Yeah, I think that's something that we'd like to speak to manufacturers about. It's obviously going to depend on the type of device, whether it is permanently plugged in, what its processing capability is, as you say, and its power that's available. At its simplest, these devices can check that the answer has been validated by a resolver they trust. That would be one way in which DNSSEC could be used without really impacting on the device itself. That doesn't, of course, cover the encrypted transports.
Yeah.
And there, I suspect it's going to be whether the manufacturer is designing their device to be used on a network where it is, for instance, more open, more susceptible to snooping, or whether it's going to be something that's more in the OT realm that's typically deployed on a network that's closed, and maybe DO53 is fine, or they're even using COPE or something like that. So yes, there are definite trade-offs there.
Oh yes, unquestionably, and I think the difficulty is trying to find out from the vendors where they see those boundaries existing.
Yeah, but I think the important point here is to set the bar to deal with these risks and to mitigate them.
Yeah.
If you set the bar to a certain level and people have, let's say, conscious and considered reasons not to conform to that, then at least we know what those are. Whereas if we try and go for the lowest possible common denominator, we don't shift the bar very high.
Yeah, I was just going to say that even if you take it, say, for example, in a domestic setting, if you're relying, say, for example, on having a full service validating resolver somewhere in the house, that might also be an unrealistic expectation, because you might find that the CPE or the device that's actually providing you with your internet connectivity is forwarding all its queries to something like Quad 8 or Quad 1 or something like that, and there's nothing on the device that's actually doing DNS validation.
Yeah, sure. So it might be DNS mask and it doesn't validate, perhaps, or it might be configured to do that. Again, router capability. but really what we're doing here is providing something that could be applicable in quite a lot of situations, I suppose.
Yeah.
So in some deployments, all of the comments will be valid. In some, it'll be less so.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Cheers.
Hi, Jim. Good talk. Thank you. Greg Choules, ISC. Hi, Greg. How realistic do you think any of this stuff is going to be? I mean, if there's a company, whoever, churning out 1 million toasters, they've got to get a chipset from somewhere. They're not going to do all of this themselves. They've got to buy in the capability. Are they going to pass the cost on and to the consumer? I just don't know what the economics of the whole thing are going to be. If you look at CPEs in homes, you know, they have been a perennial problem, you know, for using ancient chipsets that don't support any of the modern stuff that we would all assume that they would. And they're just not going to get updated. So why would IoT devices be?
Yeah, there's going to be a long tail, I guess, of these things getting updated. But if, for instance, video cameras are streaming encrypted pictures, encrypting a DNS packet to send over DOH may be a fraction of what it's actually doing. So again, I think it's about raising that bar, and then organizations that are perhaps moving towards certification sort of incorporate it in those, the likes of Etsy or whatever.
I guess if you don't try, nothing will happen anyway.
Exactly. The do nothing argument isn't really useful from a security perspective. So yeah, raise the bar and see you can meet it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alistair Woodman, in this particular case, probably speaking on somebody who's worked with the CRA stuff at the moment. So I don't know if you mentioned Etsy just. Etsy and Sensenelec have got the responsibility for setting standards inside the CRA related to devices that are going to get placed on the European market. These devices are such things. The right way to go deal with this is to get the standard flowing through them as European entities, so we can take this offline. But there is a legal mechanism where you can get this inserted relatively quickly into new products.
And that would be great. And I think that's one of our thinkings behind doing this as a draft, so then multiple regulatory authorities could insert it.
Right. So we need to. I will find you afterwards, and we can talk about the politics of how you might achieve that goal.
I love a layer 8 problem. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Jim. And now let's go on with the next speaker. Is Robert Thomas from the Global Cyber Alliance. He's the head of engineering there. And they will talk about how to build IoT honeypots.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm Robert Thomas, Head of Engineering at the Global Cyber Alliance. You may know us as Secretariat for Manners. This talk covers the architectural challenges we've faced building our honeypot technology proxypot over the last 7 years. For some context on proxypot capabilities, it supports proxying traffic through to real devices and serving protocol emulations along with full packet captures. This is actually my first time presenting at RIPE, second time attending, and so thank you for having me. And if this goes badly, you can find and blame my colleagues. Okay, so protocol coverage. So proxypot aims to provide meaningful and expansive protocol coverage across the IoT landscape, supporting 8 of the most targeted protocols and 15 if you include variations such as HTTPS and FTPS. So if you look at the hit count, which is maybe it is visible up there. Look at that, wonderful. So in our global cluster, we typically see the majority of hits over Telnet and SSH. Sometimes they kind of swap places pretty frequently, but typically Telnet's on top there. So in March 2026, we received 17 million hits, and for SSH, 12 million. The count is actually likely higher than that, but we're currently experimenting with downsampling to handle the quantity of data that we receive. So getting back to the protocols themselves, Telnet is still everywhere on embedded and legacy devices, as I'm sure you're probably aware, given that you're here, particularly in IoT devices, given its flexibility and simplicity as a protocol. SSH, well, if you've ever operated a publicly accessible SSH server, any Linux server, I'm sure you've been inundated with failed login attempts. FTP, file transfer protocol, which is still very, very active across the web, despite people maybe thinking otherwise. And then SMTP and DNS, which are both frequently exploited for command and control, amplification, and data exfiltration. So touching on protocol-specific behavior, each protocol attracts different attacker goals, right? An SSH attacker typically wants a shell or traffic proxying to reroute what they're doing. SMTP attackers typically want an open relay for phishing and spam campaigns, and DNS attackers want an open resolver for data exfiltration. A single protocol deployment, which is what a lot of honeypots typically cover, obviously don't provide a partial, they don't just give a partial picture, they give a biased picture. They typically overrepresent noisy, unsophisticated actors who are most likely just basic scripts, and so not the most meaningful attack traffic. And it doesn't adequately represent the IoT threat landscape. So touching on realism, of course, realism is non-negotiable for a honeypot. When an attacker probes a device before committing, obviously they're specifically looking out for a low fidelity response. So things like unusually restrictive algorithm availability in the SSH negotiation during a handshake, or things like CentOS commonalities in an otherwise Debian environment. Just little inconsistencies like that. And of course, if a honeypot fails the sniff test, then we only capture surface level data. So we miss out on the really meaningful things like file drops for malware, command and control callbacks, and most importantly, lateral pivots. So protocol negotiation and response timing must be correct. But thankfully, that's the easy part, really. So to touch on how Proxypot started, as many projects do, it started with quite a narrow scope. It was intended to be a passive proxy in front of real devices, capturing traffic and observing without any kind of emulation. And as if you're familiar with software projects, scope naturally grew over time to include full decrypted packet captures, widened protocol support to include HTTP and HTTPS on top of the already existing Telnet and SSH. And of course, each protocol that was implemented added session model complexity and new attacker patterns for us to consider. And then 2022 happened, which was our first large-scale deployment. Let's go to the next slide. There we go. Reality hit, yes. So this specific deployment had many infrastructure limitations placed upon it due to the sponsoring party's strict requirements. So for example, it required a site-to-site VPN tunnel between their infrastructure and our Proxypot deployment, which was a pain, to say the least. But they provided us with 125 IP addresses, but more importantly, I think it was 116 IoT devices, things like smart TVs and doorbells, and I don't need to tell everyone in an IoT working group about what IoT devices are. So Proxypot itself cracked under the pressure because we severely underestimated both the type and the amount of traffic we would receive. So prior to this deployment, of course, we'd done lab tests, but and on top of that, we also had a third-party operated Cowrie cluster, Cowrie being an open source honeypot. But even with all the context and information we had there, we were a little underprepared. So Proxypot struggled under the immense load to the point of crashing. And of course, well, I say of course, in our deployment, a single node meant a single point of failure. So any crash took the whole deployment offline, meaning gaps in our data, not a great thing when you really care about the data. And additionally, we had no path to scale. If we needed to increase capacity, which we did, it was very, very difficult because, well, it's not the way we built the technology. There was no coordination between the nodes. It was completely manual, and any failure required an operator to fix it, which is often me at 4 a.m. Yeah. So we also had a complete lack of control over session state, meaning that we couldn't reliably reproduce an attacker's exact environment. Now, obviously, with a real IoT device, you wouldn't have that anyway, but specifically for data analysis, it's great to be able to recreate their exact environment to understand perhaps what they're targeting or what they're trying to achieve. So this taught us an awful lot about the pain points in our previous technology, but more importantly, it guided us to what we needed to focus on next, which was a complete ground-up rewrite, which I know is every software engineer's favorite thing. So jumping forward to 2024 onwards, so we inevitably rewrote our entire C++ scope-correct tech stack in Go for consistency with our other projects that we operate, but also to allow us rapid iterative development. As a fun fact, I mentioned this is my second ripe. I actually implemented DNS support in ProxyPort while in between presentations at ripe 91. So it's very quick and easy for, well, reasonably quick and easy for us to enhance the existing capabilities. Oh, there we are, sorry. So as of 2024, we have 200 plus globally distributed sensors supporting both IPv4 and IPv6, where our previous technology only supported IPv4 or IPv6 through proxying. This completely replaced our third-party Cowrie deployment that was operated by a third party, which provided us with complete control and operational flexibility. So, you know, the threat landscape is ever evolving, and you know, it's important for us to be able to react to those changes. If there's a new type of attack that we're seeing, we need to be, and perhaps it exposes gaps in our emulation fidelity, we need to be able to react to that quickly without having to rely on potential configuration changes in Cowrie at the time, which obviously wasn't quite as flexible. We also automated sensor provisioning and considered ephemerality. So we treat sensors as crops, not as houseplants, is the way we phrase it. I appreciate you typically harvest crops, but just work with me here for this metaphor. So the way we intend for it to be is that, well, it doesn't matter if a sensor dies, it should automatically, again, they should be ephemeral. They should automatically come back or rebuild or start fresh or whatever. It shouldn't require manual ops. We do not have an ops team to manage that infrastructure otherwise. And nor should we have to. And then and directly off of that point, of course, observability is critical as well, right? If things are failing, well, we expect nodes to fail to some extent, but if they're failing reliably, and consistently, well, then that exposes an issue, right? That exposes something that we clearly need to fix in our technology. So observability and traceability is absolutely critical for us, so that we have that insight and we can react. And similarly to that, our data pipeline must also tolerate dropped, delayed, and duplicate submissions without losing fidelity. The packet capture problem. So I think I mentioned that ProxyPort supports packet captures. So most honeypots don't generally consider packet capture as a critical or as a necessity. We strongly disagree, given the kinds of attacks that we often see in our cluster. Now the only problem is, while it worked very well in local tests, sensing a pattern here, once we deployed at scale and we started receiving hundreds or thousands of requests a second, we found we were only capturing less than 20% of attacks. And the reason for this ended up being that basically we were opening a Linux kernel capture handle for each individual attack. And you may know where I'm going with this, but basically we were exhausting our file descriptor budget. Now, of course, we could increase that, but this felt like a better opportunity for us to improve the technology. Because again, we want to treat sensors as ephemeral, and whenever we have to make changes to sensors to accommodate sudden bursts in traffic, which do happen quite regularly, it's not so good. So our solution for this was to basically build a packet routing engine. So now when ProxyPort starts up, it opens a single capture handle. Well, hey, we're no longer exhausting that budget. And then internally, we have a packet matching engine that basically just, when an attack opens, we create a matching rule internally, and then all those packets get routed directly to that session capture. So with this, we improved our capture success rate to 99.7%. The remaining 0.3% being one-off pings or packets that we frankly don't really care about. Because again, the way that the capture starts is a packet comes in, we open the session, and then, well, if there are no more packets, then there's nothing to capture. Of course, we could fix that with a packet buffer, but we don't feel that that's really meaningful data for us to capture. As part of this rework, we also noted, as part of the packet capture failures before, we noted a few instances where we weren't correctly setting DSB headers. If you're unfamiliar, DSB headers are for packet decryption. And so this also fixed that. And then we get on to another hard truth. Emulation is really bloody hard. So we modeled the majority of our emulations around a typical Linux system. I mentioned that we support, SSH telnet and HTTP and all that fun stuff. Some protocols are much easier, DNS, FTP, even HTTP to some extent. They're pretty easy protocols to either fake or even have a real server listening and to capture that traffic. But a shell is very, very complicated, and it's something we were perhaps a little naive about initially. And by we, I definitely mean me. That was I was naive. So we were initially doing simple command matching. So when an attacker runs free -m or top or something like that, well, we know what that should roughly look like. And then, well, we also need to do arguments and flags and environment variables, and but there's also subshells and process substitution, and it goes on and on and on. It's really, really complicated. And so after building this for a few years as a subset of the functionality of Proxyport, we said, hey, maybe this isn't viable long term. And also remember that attackers are targeting a range of embedded devices, right? So commands don't always function the same across every system, particularly for embedded devices, which are typically running, utilizing BusyBox or things like that. So for every command we were implementing, we had to have some kind of variation support so that it was believable and it didn't look a honeypot. So what comes after emulation? Well, of course, the obvious answer would be some kind of real system, right? And obviously, this is something we did consider initially, but the concern there being resource overhead, right? Spinning up a number of sessions purely in code is extremely lightweight. Even thousands of requests a second, where we require isolated emulation per connection, is really, really lightweight. Whereas if we had a real operating system behind them with a container or KVM or something like that, I'm sure you can appreciate that it'd be significantly heavier. But we are currently exploring different options here. We've had really, really great results with hardened container runtimes. But I definitely definitely be interested if anybody has any other suggestions. If it wants to go to the next one, there we go. And then operational reality. So running a global honeypot is really all the hard parts of distributed systems, but the traffic is always hostile, right? You're not just expecting some traffic to be hostile. It's going to be all of it. And you can't utilize many common guards like rate limiting because, well, that traffic's really important still. There's kind of no such thing as just noise. All that data is meaningful in some capacity. Node failure, not if, but when. Like I said, nodes will absolutely fail, and it's something we've had to learn from. Again, going back to crops, they should grow automatically. Observability. So we distributed tracing and protocol level logging is as critical as the capture pipeline itself, right? It's all well and good if we have logging to see, okay, a session started here and ended here, and a problem occurred at this time. But if we can't see into what the protocol itself is doing, well, we're probably going to miss the point. So every new protocol adds a whole new layer of traceability that we have to consider. High volume noise, there is an awful lot of data and a lot of session span. Behavioral clustering is necessary to extract meaningful and actionable signals. Protocol diversity compounds everything. Each new protocol adds completely new failure modes, edge cases, and observability gaps. But more importantly, each protocol produces fundamentally different session data, right? What does an SSH session look like compared to an FTP session or compared to an HTTP session, particularly for non-persistent protocols? Where do we draw the line of a session? With persistent protocols, we can say there's a timer there's a timeout after 5 minutes, and then the client gets disconnected and they open a new connection. Great, those are clearly defined boundaries. But with non-persistent protocols, it gets a little bit trickier because where does the session end and stop? But also the data just looks very, very different, right? So it's difficult to find or to implement a schema that we can stuff the data in for every single protocol. And sometimes protocols introduce completely new data that doesn't fit anything. So analysis can become quite tricky. And then the IoT attack surface is uniquely diverse. A DVR and a smart thermostat and an industrial sensor all behave very, very differently, and attackers know that. So it's very important from a fidelity standpoint that we match those. And then the last slide, 7 years of lessons. So what have the last 7 years taught us? Multi-protocol support is essential to adequately capture the breadth of the IoT threat landscape. Resources must be carefully monitored, and again, pulling back to crops and ephemerality, it's important that we avoid outages that affect everything. Emulation is really, really hard. Automation and ephemerality is not optional. At a global scale, manual operations don't work, so we can't afford to spend time there. And then observability is critical. Distributed debugging without any kind of tooling is just guesswork. Why did this fail? I don't know. Maybe it was because of X, Y, and Z. No, we need to know exactly why it failed. And that's everything. That's the end of my slides. Any questions?
Thank you, Robert.
Warren Kumari, Google. First off, thank you. This was a great presentation. Quick question for things like SSH and Telnet and FTP and that. Do you just allow any username and password combination, or do you sort of lock it down so it doesn't look obviously?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so so we learned from Calvary there for sure. So we have we experiment definitely and look at the data that we see, but no, we don't allow anything. The minimum requirement is usually root and something. We actually have experimented as well with having per attacker lockdown. So if the same attacker comes back, it will only allow the exact password they used last time, which has had some good success. So yeah, thank you. It's a great question.
Vicki Riss from ISC. I remember years ago when people tried to build protocol emulators as test tools, and they quickly discovered that once you'd written the protocol emulator, you had effectively also written an implementation of the protocol, and that was usually more valuable. And so what you're doing here is incredibly ambitious, because you could probably right now produce toasters, DVRs, the hot pot that you just, so have you considered, so the other thing is, I know they're not updated very often, but in theory, the software on these things could get updated. They could fix problems, and there's no way you can keep up with that. Have you considered maybe changing your whole model and offering a service to these device manufacturers where they give you a device with some instrumentation? And so what if you drop 90% of the traffic if you are able to get a full session showing the exploit? Because presumably, these exploits jump from chain problems with one protocol with another. So it's not just all a telnet thing, it's a telnet and FTP. And so it seems like emulating this just seems incredibly ambitious. And it just seems like it would be easier if you had like walls and walls of devices with some instrumentation to capture. And maybe you could market that to the device manufacturers, or require, like, when you go to get your UL listing, you have to send 2 devices, something like that. I'm just, obviously it's easy to criticize. It's a very impressive effort. But it's just amazing that you're trying to emulate all these things.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. Yeah, no, it's certainly been an ambitious undertaking over the 7 years we've worked on it. Like I said, some of the protocols are significantly easier at the very least, and you're absolutely right. At that point, it's not really an emulation; it really is just an implementation of the protocol. I think for when we say SSH and Telnet, obviously we're more referring to the shell environment, right? Obviously, the protocol is one thing. That bit's pretty straightforward, at least for us. But emulating the shell is the really complicated part. But no, it's an interesting question. No, I don't think we have considered it. We are, for context, we are a non-profit. And I looked to my CTO sitting just in front of you there for her reaction to your question. So yeah, thank you.
Lutz Donnerhacker, working for Broadband ISP. We have the problem in the different, from the different side. We have the problem with root IoT devices at the customer side, and they're sending out a lot of traffic we do not want to handle. That's why we decided to route our private IP space to a honeypot for all the customers, and try to respond to the IoT devices in a manner so that they become quiet and stop working or stop becoming root. We should have a coffee together. Thank you very much.
I would love to have a coffee together. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lucas here from Düsseldorf University, and we are running a couple of honeypots inside of our university network to detect attackers inside our network. And I was wondering whether it was possible to run an instance of ProxyPod inside internal networks, and if you've considered that.
Sure. Yeah, it's a question we've been asked a lot over the years, and so I think I may have removed it from my slides in the end. So ProxyPod is intentionally closed source for obvious reasons, right? Because looking at Cowrie, attackers know what to expect for it. They know what to fingerprint for. So it is intentionally closed source. Whether or not we could operate in other infrastructure, I mean, definitely. But I think that I look to my CTO sitting behind you. We can absolutely have a conversation about it for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I think we have a remote question. I hand over to Anna.
We have a question from Michael Richardson. Do your SSH honeypots announce that they do password logins? Notice that majority of SSH script kiddies go away when that is turned off. So should a honeypot be realistic for a high value target and have it off, or should it offer guess in order to offer the honey?
Terrific question. So we actually accept. So I mentioned that we run a few different experiments in our global cluster. So we accept predefined configurable credentials, but we also accept SSH keys as well, and store the keys that are sent. We have done explorations with completely open emulations, so no authentication required, and we found the data to be less interesting to say. But it is very interesting to operate both side by side, authenticationless in a smaller capacity, and compare the data.
Thank you. We have one more question. After that, we are closing the mics for the next presentation.
Yep, Leslie Daigle, the aforementioned CTO that Rob has brought up a couple of times.
Sorry.
So just so that people can see me and know who to chat with afterwards, I just wanted to draw a distinction that Rob is talking in large part about the ProxyPod technology, and the deployment he's describing mostly is as a generic global honey farm. So keep in your minds the distinction between when we were trying to collect all generic attack traffic, such as the kinds of things you see out of res proxies, versus setting up a particular deception against individual characteristics in IoT devices, which is also possible.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, then. Thanks a lot, Robert.
Thank you so much.
Great talk. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Francois Dekersmaker. He just finished his PhD from UC Leuven and is an expert on characterizing smart home IoT communication. Thank you, Francois.
Just testing. That's not. This is this one. Okay, perfect. Oh no, I'm spoiling. Okay, so hello everyone. So yeah, I am François Dekersmaker from UC Leuven, and I am just finished my PhD like 3 weeks ago. The topic of my research. Thank you. I forgot to state PhD on the slides, but yeah. So yeah, the topic of my research was about smart home networks communications, and I characterized their communications and developed a security system. So let's jump right into it. So this is a smart home environment. I guess you're quite familiar with it. It's composed of domestic devices, such as the one circled here, including smart plugs, smart lamps, etc. And the added value from typical, like default home environment is that you have IoT concepts that are applied to it. The two main ones are that they have sensors equipped, which allows them to sense their environment and their internal operation. An example is for smart plugs to measure their energy consumption. And then the most important for us here is the communication part, which allows them to communicate with remote machines and to be controlled remotely, for example, from smartphones. Now, those environments are becoming very popular. For example, in the US alone, you have 7 million households which are equipped with at least one of those devices. And the fact that there is as such big range means that the security is very critical, and security is let's say a global concern, but which can be precised in practice in at least two practical concerns. The first one being the safety, because since this is an environment close to the users and to its personal belongings, if there is a failure, a burglar might be able to come inside. And then there is always the privacy concerns, because this kind of devices have access to your personal information and you do not want them to leak. So we have been working on that. And more precisely, we have focused on a specific subset of smart home devices, which we call the purpose-driven devices, which are the ones having few identifiable functions, such as the ones depicted here. For example, again, for a smart plug, you can turn it on and off. For a smart lamp, you can do that and then maybe change the color and the brightness, but not much more. And these kind of devices have a bounded behavior, which means that you can analyze them nearly exhaustively. And this is also translated to the network traffic that they issue. On the other hand, you have the devices that have unbounded capabilities, which we call the hub-like devices, which include the speaker hubs such as Amazon Alexa and the smart televisions. And those in general can be extended thanks to third-party apps and integrations, which means that their behavior is quite complicated to exhaustively describe, let's say. So we will focus on the first category. And since they have bounded behavior, we can apply security in a quite precise way by using profiles. So I will explain that. So let's say that you are in a local network and you have you want to run a security system on the access points that is connected to the device. Then you can configure this with a profile that will characterize the traffic that is issued by the smart plug. Here we have one traffic, we characterize one pattern of traffic. In practice, we characterize it with the host, the ports, etc. Typical network attributes. And then we can configure a firewall stating that it will let pass only the traffic that is specified in this profile. So it's basically an allow list security. In the case of the smart plug, if it issues the traffic complying with the profile, it will be accepted. But then if we have a profile for the smart lamp that has two other traffic patterns, if the smart lamp issues a pattern that does not comply with the profile, then it will be rejected by the security system. So we have 3 steps in this workflow. Basically, the first one is to have a format for this kind of profile. Then how to, in practice, translate those into a practical firewall. And then finally, once we have that, we want to know if it's possible to automatically generate this kind of profiles. So let's hop in the first one. There is actually already a standard that exists for that by the IETF, which is called MUD. So it's a good first step in that direction. And basically, it has basic capabilities. So it supports traffic features at the layers 3 and 4, like IP addresses, host names, and port numbers, etc. Now, the point is it's quite limited as is because for multiple reasons. First is that it does not support higher layer protocols, for example, even unencrypted ones such as unencrypted DNS or HTTP, which are still widely used in IoT. Yeah, that's a shame, but that is like that. Then you have no support for traffic statistic like the duration of a traffic pattern, the number of packets, the packet rate, etc. And most importantly, for the reality of today's smart home networks, this standard cannot support interactions between devices, which I will explain in more detail. So let's take the example of typical smart home deployments that you have configured for turning on a smart lamp when a motion sensor detects that you enter your home. In practice, this scenario will be translated into two subsequent network patterns. The first one being when the motion sensor detects the motion, it will issue the pattern stating to the configuring cloud that motion was detected, and then the cloud will process it and issue the second pattern, which will, in practice, turn on the lamp, not the plug. And so basically, you have two subsequent patterns, and if you want to allow both of them with the MUD standards, you have a profile which will contain both of them, but individually. You cannot state that one should occur after the other. Okay, and so that's something that we want to address, because there are some cases where the patterns might occur if you do not want them. For example, if there is a rogue device in your network, this device might try to turn off the lamp with a spurious command, and this pattern is actually equivalent to the pattern B that turns on the lamp. But in that case, it happens without pattern A occurring beforehand, and that's something that you might not want. But that's something that you cannot express in the MUD standard. And so that's why we have developed a new standard inspired by MUD, but with an enhanced syntax that takes the existing features of MUD that will enhance it, first with new application layer protocols, because why not? And then we have more expressiveness. We also added traffic statistics, and as I stated, the more important part is the support for interactions between devices, so subsequent traffic patterns. And in practice, how can we do that? Well, inside a profile, we can have references towards other fields. For example, in the case of two patterns from the same devices that should occur one after the other, we can do a reference to that. But the most important, and the one that I presented in the example, is to have a profile for the motion sensor for the lamp that will reference the pattern in the profile for the motion sensor. And this allows us to state that pattern A should occur before pattern B, and that pattern B should be blocked if pattern A did not occur. So that is for the profile. Now we will see how we translated that into a practical firewall. And we used the default Linux-based firewall NF tables, which is the new generation of IP tables, basically. So I will explain in practice how it works. We implemented that on OpenWRT Linux. And this one, being a Linux, is split into the kernel space and the user space. So when packets arrive, they go through the network stack. And inside the network stack, you have what are called hooks. So they are basically callback functions that will do something when a packet arrived. And to this hook, we register our NF tables firewall that will be a first line accepting or dropping packets based on the rules. Point is, the actual capabilities of NF tables are basically the ones of plain MUD. So it's not enough for us, but it's like still like a first line. If we only need basic matching, we can use it. But in most of the case, we will need additional matching, and that's where we leverage a library of NF tables, which is called NFQ. And basically, this is a user space program that we can enqueue, that we can send the packets to for further processing. And basically, this allows us to do further matching, implementing all the additional stuff that we brought compared to plain MUD, including the interaction between devices that are basically implemented as finite state machines. So note that's how it works, but since I am doing research, I have to evaluate that. And so we deployed a real test bench network with off-the-shelf devices that you can get from retailers and that are widely used. And the most important stuff that we want to measure is the delay that is incurred by the firewall. Because if it works, but it incurs significant delay, it's really annoying to use, even more for users that are not tech savvy. It will be annoying for them. So we measured the delay that the firewall incurred compared to the base case without firewall, and those are the results. So we see that, so basically the line contains 95% of all data points. And you see that we evaluated that when the firewall is active for only one of our devices, and then for 6 of our devices. And we see that compared to the base case, the delay increases, of course, because we add more processing. Now, I want you to look at the scale, and here we are way under the milliseconds. And this is actually not perceivable by a user. And yes, we are in a smart home setting here, so we do not really care about high-speed network traffic, basically. And the only thing that we want is that the user do not notice that we add delay. And in this case, it's impossible for a human person to notice that because it's way under the millisecond bar. So even if we add more delay because of more processing, it's still imperceivable by a user. So we take that as a win. And then since it's supposed to be a security system, we also evaluated the fact that when there are packets that should not be accepted, so let's say attacks that we simulated, we also measure that. And this is on the upcoming graph. And here we see that there are actually no difference between the case without any attacks and the case with simulated attacks. So it means that even if the firewall has to drop substantial amounts of packets, this has no effect on the legitimate packets. They will still pass with comparable latency. So yeah, that it means that it works as a security system. So yeah, that's for the evaluation. And then I will move to the third step, which is the automatic generation of such profiles. And I will take again an example of a smart home network. In such a network, you can control your smart lamp with an app running on your phone. And let's say that the typical network pattern looks like this. So it stays in the LAN, which is good. But what if it does not work? What if for some reason this pattern cannot succeed? There might be other patterns, for example, one going through the cloud, which is more convoluted, but it manages to still succeed the action, here turning on the lamp, even in the case of network patterns not succeeding. So that's a good point. And we want to actually extract all of those patterns because existing works in general were quite superficial and only focused on the patterns that were visible by default, but did not try to go deeply. And that was actually our objective, is to being able to extract automatically also patterns that you do not see all the time. And for that, we developed a complete framework that I will present step by step. So we automated the interactions between the companion app on a phone and a smart device by using ADB, which is a tool to script Android phones, basically. This will produce packets that will go through the network access points. Yes. And basically, we do that multiple times. So we do that 20 times, around 20 times, to have a meaningful corpus of data. Okay. Once we have the packets for all 20 event executions, we check if the event was actually successful. And for that, basically, we check with an API for the device if the state of the device was correctly changed. For smart plug, it will be, did it correctly turn from off to on, or the converse? If the event was not successful, it means that we can stop our framework because we reached a point when the event cannot succeed anymore. But if it was successful, we continue processing, and we have a list of pcaps, basically 20 pcaps for 20 event iterations. And then we run that through the extraction of the network signature, which basically takes the intersection of network flows to extract only the ones that are really linked to the execution of the events, because you can have some traffic that occurs from time to time, but not all the time, and it means that it's probably not required for the event to succeed. From this, we will extract the flows, and here we take a concept of flow which is actually enhanced compared to typical network 5-tuple flows, because we add also application layer information if it's available to have more expressiveness, basically. And then we will do that iteratively, and we will store the results in a tree structure. And basically, so we will add the current flows as children of the current node in the tree. And why are we using a tree? It's because since we want to detect new flows, we will process it in a way that we will take the flows that we have observed since then and configure the firewall, which is actually a modified version of the one I presented before, but instead of being an allow list one, it's a block list one, deny list one, such that we will see if new network pattern will occur when we block some of those. And so this is a loop. We do that in a loop until no new network patterns are detected, or until the event does not succeed anymore. And at the end, we end up with a profile for the whole communication of the device, including patterns that will not occur by default. And and so again, we have to evaluate that. And so we deployed a similar test bench as for the first for the previous evaluation, but there are some divergences in devices, but basically it's the same idea. And the most important stuff that we want to analyze, to evaluate, is do we actually discover more patterns than existing work? Because that's the main part of our work. And so we compared with existing work. And we are the hatched bars, basically. So here we compare with one work that's characterized devices at the device level, so the device as a whole. And we see that in two cases, we discover way more patterns than them. And in one cases, we discover the same number of patterns. So that means in general, we are more thorough than them. And then we compare to other works that do the same, but at the events level, so more fine-grained. And we are again the hatched bars. And we see that, again, we discover, in this case, way more patterns than existing work, which means that our objective of being more thorough is met. And finally, I want to give another insight about our work, is the fact that we want to assess how those hidden patterns, so the ones that occur only after blocking some other ones, are a good measure of the device's robustness. And so we will measure the number of hidden patterns that occur in a tree like that. And basically those are the ones, all the ones that occur in the tree at a depth of 2 or deeper. And it means that, those are the ones that appear only upon blocking some traffic beforehand. And we measured that. And so we measured all flows that occurred, but with a focus on the ones that are hidden. And here is the corpus for all events that we surveyed. And we see that, so the gray bar on top of the black bars are the flows that were hidden. And we see that for most devices, we have at least one hidden flows that occur. So it's already good. And for some of them, we have even more than one hidden flow that occur, which is a good point. It's motivating because it means that there are quite a lot of devices that actually take that into account, that provide flows, that provides backup flows to make up for when there are network outages, etc. And so that manufacturers made sure that the events can still succeed even when the network conditions are not the best. So this is something that is quite interesting, and it's something that's in a more regulatory point of view, it's quite interesting, and it will be a good idea to have this kind of measure as written inside the smart home devices manuals to state, okay, we have tested our devices in multiple conditions, and we have kind of a robustness scores that states that our devices can work even in inhospitable network conditions. And this is a discussion that we push a bit further in our paper, so I can give you the links if you are interested. But I think it's already time to conclude. So as a summary, during my research, I have worked on different steps to add security to smart home networks and to analyze them in depth. Starting from a format to express the network patterns allowed for network communication of smart home devices, then developed a practical firewall solution based on those, and then we worked on how to automatically generate this kind of profiles by going more in depth than existing work to extract more traffic that does not appear by default. And all of that with the same goal of enhancing the security of smart home networks with a profile-based approach. So that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Francois. So mics are open for questions.
Yes, thank you for that amazing talk. Lucas again from Düsseldorf. I was wondering whether you thought about like publishing the firewall hoods you obtained by this procedure and making them available for users to like actually use them in their homes. I've seen you've been using like OpenWRT and open source router firmware stuff, and maybe there's a way to contribute these back to the projects.
Yes, so I haven't mentioned this, but everything is open source, actually, which is a requirement in our university. I don't know if it's the same in all universities, but I think it should be, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
So yeah, everything is open source. Come see me afterwards, I will give you the links. But basically, you can find my GitHub profile is basically, so F de Keers, so F for François, and then de Keers is the start of my last name. That's my GitHub profiles, and everything that's research related is in an organization, GitHub organizations, which is Smart Home Network Security. But come to me, I will give you the links directly.
Yeah, next step could be to provide like an online database where you can easily like search for your device and see if there's a firewall profile available.
Yes, there are some databases like that for MUD profiles. I have taken that as a base for my own research. Now the point is that including interactions makes the profiles quite ad hoc for a specific smart home deployment. So that's one of the questions, and a research question that is still ongoing is it possible to automatically generate including interactions of this kind? There are works that have been doing that, but in general, they are tied to a specific deployment.
And last remark, I wanted to ask whether you know about like open source projects like ZigBee to MQTT that try to get rid of like commercial bridges and replace them with open source equivalents, which makes them probably more controllable in terms of and deterministic in terms of like network flows.
Yeah, for a smart home, you have Home Assistant.
Yeah.
Yes, and OpenHub.
Yeah.
Basically, you have that. And they tend to stay local only if possible, but there are some vendors like Tuya, which is a very popular IoT smart home platform, but nearly all the communication goes through the cloud. So you're a bit limited in that, but so Home Assistant is very good, very cool. So yeah, that's, I think, the best one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Jules, ISC. Have you considered commercially available, maybe closed source, like for example, Loxon and other, closed systems? I mean, I know they're maybe not directly monitorable, but there will be some network communication at some point.
You mean for my tool to distribute it commercially?
Well, no, I meant for whether you have detected communication, on such closed systems and maybe contacted the manufacturers themselves and said, "Hey guys, we see all this stuff leaking out, and it probably shouldn't."
Okay, that's not really the scope of our work, because in our cases the point was to basically analyze the communication on flow level, basically, and then design a security system. But there are a ton of work that do that about information, leaking information, outdated protocols, etc. So I have not done that, but there are a lot of researchers that do that. And I think that Anna might know a lot of them, so you can also go to her to ask for publications about that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Will from UCL. I have a question about, so some IoT devices are more dynamic than others, so I assume that the profiles may change over the lifetime of the device, especially after firmware updates. So how have you faced a problem about keeping the firewall in sync with the profile, and do manufacturers have to update their profiles in order to pass through the firewall after?
Yeah. I have actually stumbled upon this problem, and I had to manually change the firewall configuration, so the profiles. Now, in the best of worlds, this should be automated too. Like there should be regular, periodic audits of the device's communications, and then automatic update of the profiles such that they account for firmware updates and new traffic patterns. So yes, of course, this happens. This happens. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Maybe a quick remark. The profiles you are creating are really related to the individual setup. It's not like a general device profile that can be distributed to any place. So this is a major difference to MUD files, right?
Yeah, indeed, that's the point. But it comes from the interactions themselves.
Exactly.
Because if you do not consider the interactions, you can have profiles for a device, and those would be generic amongst all the devices of the same model. But as soon as you introduce interactions, it becomes tied to a specific smartphone deployment. Indeed.
Perfect. Thank you so much, François.
Thank you.
And congrats to your work. I will just check with them that they promote.
Okay, thank you. Super interesting talks. And now the last one is from Michael Richardson, that unfortunately is not here in person today, but it will present remotely and it should be connected. Here we are. Hi, Michael.
Oh, hello. Did I get slide control? I did. Thank you very much. Hi. So sorry I couldn't be there. It looks like fun. And a great talk so far. So I'm just going to give an update on some things that have happened since last year on this Device Identity Forum. I talked about it last year, and I'm going to give you some updates and invite you to join us. So let me see. Does that work? Yes. Okay. So what is it when we talk about it? Tell you what about it. Some progress on the stencils, and I hope that people have some feedback, and I would love to hear more from you about that specifically. So what is it? So last year we started, the IoT Security Foundation started the Device Identity Forum, and it was the inaugural meeting was actually last year during the RIPE meeting, and we've been meeting since. We are looking for a new co-chair. If you might be interested, that would be great. Richard moved on to another job where he can't do as much stuff. this is not just technical. This is marketing and technical content. And we actually would love more marketing communications people involved at this point. So what is it? The goal of this is to kind of come up with better models and advice on doing device identities. They are growing, but often unknown. And one of the things that many of us have lived through this kind of thing has been that it's hard to communicate because no one uses quite the same terminology. People won't talk about what they're doing. There's either NDAs, and you think, oh, well, that's okay. I have an NDA with my supplier. It's great. We can talk to them. And that's great. But your customers don't have an NDA with your suppliers. And so you can't tell them what you're actually doing there, and then add another 2 or 3 layers of integration. And you discover a lot of things, as some of the previous speakers, both speakers, talked about dealing with IoT devices which are not sourced, for instance, directly built by the developer or the manufacturer, but sometimes 2 layers down. And so you want to know what some platform does, then you may be completely unable to do it, and the manufacturer may be unable to tell you because of an NDA. And so this is part of how do we know what's normal if no one will say what they're doing? And finally, if people know more about what's going on, they'll know not only about what's normal, but they'll also realize, hey, maybe I'm actually falling behind here, and this is actually a thing that we need to do. So what are we doing? So we're going to we're putting out a number of different, call them white papers, success stories. The idea is to try to say, hey, what we're doing there. Dealing with the NDA and this kind of stuff is like, well, you don't have to invent the hamburger yourself. We have a lot of different recipes for them, and you can probably go up and say, I would like a hamburger without onions, and probably you'll get what you wanted, even though your particular recipe might be private to you, but 97% is public, and so that's actually something you can talk about. And among this thing is actually the visualizations of how do we do this, how do we do device identities, what do we call them, what images do we use, and a lot of the stencils and images out there are inconsistent, confusing, and sometimes just outright wrong. So we're looking at 6 documents that we're looking at. Some of these slides are from our slide deck 5, which we actually go through every meeting very quickly to make sure that we haven't done something. And there's a Google Drive at present. Maybe it'll be a Nextcloud in the future, that we keep the documents, and you're welcome to join us for that. Who should join us? I said that before. So many of the people in this room, you will all be in there, and you're involved in this. You're making things, you're operating things. I'm very interested in that. Chip vendors, certification authorities, your other things. But also, I'm interested in marketing, communication staff, operational staff. How do you communicate things? What are you going to do? How are you going to say, I'm part of the group that's actually doing something sensible? How are you communicating internally, externally, and this kind of stuff? I've been in a bunch of startups where we've spent way too much marketing money, for instance, educating our customers on why our technology is important. And at the end of the day, our competitors come along and leverage all the work we did. And it's always been kind of sad. But, this is at least sad for us, great for them. And that's kind of it. Can we all have a raise the converse a little bit. So we meet typically on the first Tuesday of the month. For our next meeting would be June 2nd, I believe it is. The details are up there. And we did, in fact, move our meeting, and I'll talk about that a little bit there. So one of the results is stencils. We had a number of conversations, a number of back and forths, up and down, a lot of, we pursued a bunch of, I guess I call them rat holes, places that we said, oh, well, that's really not the right way to go, and things like this. And one of the conclusions was that we're trying to change the description of the visual descriptions of how people talk about device identities and device. I'm trying to avoid the word key, so I want to say PKI, but I don't rather not use the word K in there, because I think it's very confusing. That's some people agree and some people are a little bit more on the fence on that. One of the things we did conclude was that we need the fundamental thing that we want to talk about are not keys, but are signatures, and that's really what we're interested in. Is in the end is what are we doing with these things and what are they doing? And so we had a whole bunch of different notions of stamps and seals and the signatures and the connections that they have to things like signet rings and the king's seal and things like this, going back both in Western European history, but also going back thousands of years in Asian and Chinese history. And we had a conversation about, which things could we adopt and are there cultural appropriations we need to worry about? And we haven't really gotten through all of that process yet. But one of the things that comes out of that is that if you have the seal as the signature, then you say, what is it I'm trying to produce? How do I produce this? And the answer is, well, it's a stamp or a ring that produces it. And suddenly that transforms, at least for us, is transformed. Well, that's actually the image for the private key now. You keep your stamp in a locked box or, on your ring, on your finger or on a necklace, virtually there, and you keep that private. You don't share it with other people, and hoping that may actually result in people understanding that difference between that. By never calling that secret part a key again, maybe we can avoid people actually, thinking, oh, well, I don't know what the difference between a public and private key is. I'll just send you everything because I don't want to have another interaction with this. And the number of people who have sent me their private keys over the years who should have known better, it's really it's outrageously crazy amount. And I think some of it is just, well, they couldn't tell what the icons were on their screen. So then how do we represent the public part? This is actually, I think, where we're still struggling a little bit. And the best we've been able to do is a magnifying glass that lets you view a signature, because that's fundamentally what a public key is. It is, again, I have no better term for this at this point. It's a thing that lets you verify the signature. Does it look right? Is it signed by the right thing? What's going on? And some of the images you're seeing on the slide right now were actually put together by David Haslam from a variety of sources, and that magnifying glass that we have to get rid of that image, obviously, but redraw it. That's not an image that we can actually intelligently use. We need these images to be distributable under Creative Commons 4.0 probably. And they are at the point now where I have been seeking a graphic artist. If you have one or you have one internally that you could donate, that would be really fabulous. In an age of LLM-driven bots and image creation, I really want a person on this. And I'm a little bit surprised that I'm getting so few bites from the graphic artists that I have reached out to. And it's not that people said, oh, we'll just do that this way. And I'm like, well, it's not that I can't drive Inkscape. I can do that just fine. But knowing exactly how rounded those corners need to be is not something I know, or I think, LLMs know anything about. And whether or not I'm infringing on someone's culture is also something that I don't necessarily have the skills to do. I don't think anyone else does. And that's why we want someone really to be involved in this. And maybe you have some ideas that you want to share. Maybe this is helpful for you. Maybe this is completely unhelpful for you. But 40 years into asymmetric, cryptography, is it really time to change anything? And I would say, yeah, we've had it wrong for so many years, or we've had it confusing for so many years there. And the bottom is like some images of what you might see, for instance, about a seal on something. And we realized, for instance, and I'm not showing the image I hate, of a diploma with the blue ribbon on it. And I realized it's not the diploma we hate, and it's not the seal in the middle. It's the blue ribbon that's just wrong. And so we kind of stayed away from that. We're trying to get away from that imagery and go on to something else. So I'd love to take questions now or later about this, because really I'm pretty much done. Next thing. So how's it going? We get about 10 people per meeting. There are some new people that are joining. There's some people that are coming and going. Don't attend every single meeting. We have a couple documents that where people said, I want to lead this, and they haven't followed through. And I hope they may come back and there. And we have a kind of regular series of about a 15 to 25-minute presentation in many of the meetings from people who are doing it, who are doing device identities. Sometimes called manufacturer installed certificates, or what is Cisco calls it, Surý, and other people call it other things. And so, and you know, CSA Matter has them called, oh, I can't remember what the word was, but it's another word certificate that is IDEV ID again, but not quite. And so we're going to hear in June from, I think, from Secure IC, who builds hard macro cores and provisions things into it there. And it's now Tuesday mornings at the, 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Paris, and we moved that from Thursday to accommodate the California people a little bit better. That's about it. Any questions, discussion? I would love to hear your feedback, and I can go back to that slide if you like.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. Any questions to Michael from the audience? Okay, so apparently no questions yet, Michael, but I'm quite sure some people are going to reach out to you. So thank you so much.
Okay, that would be fantastic. And even if it's to tell me this is a really stupid thing and I hate you, I would love to hear that, because then at least you're paying attention and have some opinions. So thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Michael.
Great. So thank you again. I would like to thank again all the speakers. It was fantastic quality of presentations today. And thank you very much to all the participants for the great questions. As you know, Peter's term as a co-chair came to an end. And of course, I would like to thank him for all the work that he was doing during these years. I'm sure that you also share these thoughts. And we got a candidate as co-chair of the working group, Ramona Marfievici, that unfortunately due to the last minute arrangement for this, she cannot be here. She had a clash organizing another workshop, but I know her personally. And so we got some support from the mailing list to support her as co-chair, and we also got support from the room. Ramona worked at Digital Catapult. Digital Catapult is a non-profit UK organization that bridge academia with industry, and she's in the field of IoT since or even before she started her PhD. Now she's working as principal IoT engineering at Digital Catapult. So she will be an amazing addition to this group, and I'm sure she will do amazing work. Thank you again for everything, and see you in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Before closing, I was reminded to remind you that the voting from RIPC closed at 5 today. So please vote. And remember to also rate the talks. Thank you again. Thank you.